We will have a couple of breaks throughout today's presentation. We also will have a lunch break. So if for any reason, you need to step away, that is totally fine. Like I said, we will be recording the entire session. So we are really excited. I know Michelle had to do a little update, so she's getting the PowerPoint up and ready for us. I'm going to go ahead and start. Let's see, we got one more person jumping in. I'm going to go ahead and start. We've got a little survey for everyone to do. I'm going to send that out right now. And it is just going to ask you about your name and the agency that you work for, and then a few other things. So you should see it pop up on your screen now. And I will give everyone a few minutes just to go ahead and answer those questions. Let me know in the chat. Oh, I see someone said they don't have sound. If you don't have any sound or you have any issues with the audio or video, try going out and coming back in. Let's see. Go ahead and try now. See if you can get that poll. See, everyone is working on it now. So we'll let you guys just kind of work on that poll and give it just a few minutes. This is really just helpful so that we have your PDR number. We can make sure that you get credit. And then we also just really want to make sure that we can see who all is here for the training today. So whether you're an administrator or if you're a teacher, we will be able to get those results. So let's see. I will just share really quickly. If you are not able to see the poll, go ahead and just share the QR code for you. Okay, if you are not able to get that poll, there should be a QR code on your screen that you can just scan with your phone and you can take that poll. That's okay, Nicole. If you were able to just choose one, yeah, you can just choose director or teacher. That's okay. And if you don't know your PDR, Jessica, just put in zeros there because I think it's going to ask you to put in something. So just put in zeros if you don't have a PDR just yet. That's okay.
Kayla, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and that way you can share the PowerPoint
Okay.
since my update is apparently taking forever.
Sean, let me see if we can, let me see if we can allow that in our settings in just a few minutes. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing the QR code. I think it looks like we have lots of responses to our survey right now. Just look and see. We've got about 150 responses, so I'll give it just a few minutes. That way everyone can try to respond. Tia, try going to the bottom of your Zoom screen and see if there is an option for polls. See if it'll let you do it that way if the QR code's not working. Looks like we're up to 160 responses. So I will make sure we're relaunching it. Hi, Hal. Yes, we can see that you are here with us. Right now, we're just filling out a short little provider training survey with everyone's name, their agency, PDR, if you have that number, should be popping up on your screen. We also are sharing the direct QR code that you can scan and answer those questions. Okay. We'll give it about 20 more seconds and then we're going to end the poll. And if you didn't get a chance to answer those, we can always relaunch that at a later time. Okay. 163 responses. Great. So it looks like we have about 70% of you are either ABC coordinators or administrators. And we have about a split between 11 and 10% are finance or teachers. And then we've got about 14 of you are all of the above. So I know a lot of you wear many, many hats. So we're excited to have you all on. We've got about 31 new coordinators that have joined us. So welcome new coordinators to ABC. And over 100 and almost 140 of you, it looks like 130-ish are returning coordinators, you're seasoned coordinators in ABC. So I am glad to hear that we have lots of new coordinators joining us, but that we have a really large amount of seasoned coordinators.
Kayla, I'm able to share my screen now.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
I am going to stop sharing so that you can do that. And I'm going to go ahead and end our poll for now. Thank you all so much for being patient with us and for answering our poll. That's kind of our first time using that feature of Zoom. And so I'm really happy to see that we were able to get those responses. So again, welcome to Arkansas Better Chance Provider Training for 2025, 2026. So we again are here from the Office of Early Childhood, as you all know, and we do have our team on the call today. We have Miss Brandy Ishman, our Assistant Director, Michelle Davis, who is our Program Coordinator. We have Miss Letitia Connors, our ABC Program Eligibility Specialist, Miracle Lee, ABC Program Eligibility Specialist, and Miss Nancy Pearlstein, who's our ABC Fiscal Support Analyst. So just wanted to kind of take a second to introduce everyone, all of our team. You will see them popping on and off today, doing a couple of different sections. And so we will make sure that we have our contact information in the chat box for everyone. Um, so if you have questions, you can put those in the chat. Our team is going to be answering those throughout the day today. But just as a reminder, in order to get through the training, we may not be able to answer each individual question, but we will definitely try. So our contact information is here on the screen. I will also make sure and put that in the chat box right now so that you have it. And again, we will be recording today's training. It will be on our website. And so I just want to take a second and talk about our website. If you go to the DESE website to the early childhood section, you will see on the left-hand side all of the Office of Early Childhood units are here. And the very first one is going to be ABC, Arkansas Better Chance. And you're going to be able to find tons of resources for ABC on our website here. We are really, really, really trying to get everyone to utilize this option because we do have all of our forms that are updated here. So whether you need something like when we talk about child waivers, or maybe you're needing a staff qualification plan, um, maybe you just need the federal poverty level, the income scale when you're doing eligibility. All of these documents that we're going to be talking about today and going through are on our website. We have the curriculum section, and then, of course, training videos and resources. That is where this training will be and all trainings that we have been doing. So, um, we're really excited that you're here. Hope that you utilize the website. We're working really hard to make sure all of those things are updated there. Okay, so today we are going to go over a lot of information for ABC. So we are going to talk about program monitoring and what that looks like. We just want to remind everyone that there have been changes in the way that the Office of Early Childhood ABC unit is set up. So you no longer have a dedicated program specialist that you work with. You're working with our entire team. We don't have sections of the state or designated specialists as you did before. So we're going to talk about program monitoring and what that looks like now. And then we're going to have some of our coworkers are going to join us and talk a little bit about class and local leads. We have eligibility documentation, child waivers. We're going to go over child records and screenings. We're going to talk about staff requirements and professional development, classroom standards, and parent and community engagement today. And as we are talking about all of these things, we are going to be talking about some updates that are happening for the 25-26 program year. But I just want to let you know that there has been changes. So we are in the middle of changing some rules and the program guides. And as we do that, all of those things will be posted on our website, and we will be putting out information on our monthly provider calls as well. So you will get some updates today, but there may be some more updates throughout this program year. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to my wonderful coworker and our program coordinator, Miss Michelle Davis.
All right, thank you, Kayla. So, as Kayla was talking about, there have been several changes, and one of the biggest ones is with the program technical assistance and monitoring. So, like she said, you will not have an assigned ABC specialist, but anyone will be able to help you. So, if you have a question, a programmatic question, please email those questions to copasupport.mailaccount@ade.arkansas.gov. And those questions will be forwarded to the person in the unit that's best able to assist you with those questions. And when you email your questions, be specific. Don't just email, I have a question, I need to talk to someone. Kind of tell us a little bit about what you want to know. That way, we'll know who to forward the question to. So, program monitoring. There will no longer be ABC on-site visits. The on-site visits will be done by licensing, childcare licensing. They'll be looking at things like ABC ratio. that each classroom is well equipped with enough toys and materials to take care of the needs of the total group, and staff-child interactions. For ABC, we will be reviewing all non-classroom site-specific requirements online. So you'll receive a notification prior to your review of what all children's documents that need to be uploaded, what we will be looking for. Um, there is a list to prepare you for that monitoring. So the review is not limited to, but will include programmatic documents, classroom lesson plans, staff credentials and professional development, child eligibility, and COPA data. So before school starts, you should already have a lot of information already uploaded into COPA. This includes your parent handbook. We know right now some of those are being reviewed and need to be approved by your board. But before school starts, that should be ready, along with the program calendar, a kindergarten transition plan, if not in the handbook, parent involvement, family engagement plan, if not in the handbook, community collaboration plan or your MOUs, updated staff credentials and SQP agreements, staff employment agreements. So this would be your contracts, teacher contracts, or if you're a private program and you don't necessarily have contracts, there should be something that states what the job duties are, the work hours, those kind of things. A professional development plan. Now, this is going to be required for this year for this to be uploaded into COPA. And we do have a template that you may want to use, and we will be providing that on our website. And any documentation of professional development that is not on PDR for the previous year. All of our specialists have access to PDR, so you don't have to worry about uploading that transcript. But if you have any in-service or anything that was not provided through PDR, please upload that. And if you do these things beforehand, this is less that you're going to have to do when it's time for your review. And then, of course, SQP documentation will be uploaded throughout the year. So requested upload child documents. When your monitoring notice goes out, it will include a list of children whose documents we will be reviewing. These documents you should already have in the children's file. We're asking that you please do not upload documents for every child. There is limited space in COPA. So don't try to get a head start and just upload everyone's. Please wait until we request a certain child's document. And then you also may be requested, excuse me, to upload additional documents during the review. So these documents will include a signed and dated application. We want the initial application, eligibility documentation, the birth certificate or the hospital birth record, the completed developmental screening, health screening, and this is the physical, the well child checkup, and their vision and hearing screenings. Referral documentation for children identified through the screening as needed for further evaluation. A copy of an IFSP or an IEP if applicable. And documentation to verify that programs have informed parent or guardian in writing that no religious activity will be paid for or subsidized by public funds. Other requested documents will be lesson plans for the week of review. All right, so apparently I left something out of this slide. Oh, no, I didn't. Haha. So the program specialist will review the following reports in COPA to ensure that all staff and family and children's information has been entered. And we'll talk about tomorrow about how to run these reports. So we've got the monthly attendance report, enrollment transition history report, staff information report, class and teacher profile, the health screening status report, developmental screening report, and the overall referral report tracking report. Um, how to run these reports will also be in your COPA reference guide with a detailed step-by-step instructions. All right, the program specialist will also review the following: child care licensing information for the previous 12 months, your most current classroom assessment, and this is either ECHRS or class, your Better Beginning status, professional development, and the verification receipt of your final disclosure audit from the previous year, and mid-year and final expenditure report. And then after the review, the program coordinator or site contact will be contacted. So action plans will be developed for any area needed for improvement. A TA will be provided to help facilitate the completion of the action plan. Now, all of our monitor visits are done in COPA through the monitoring tab, and all coordinators should have access to that tab. If you do not, please contact COPA support and we'll get you set up. So the action plans are located in COPA in the monitoring visit. Plans will include the following: the framework, which is the section of the ABC rules, the non-compliance indicator, the due date, any comments, and the person responsible for ensuring the plan is completed. So this is what you'll look for in your monitoring tab. You'll go to the site and then open up the audit non-compliance summary, and then open up the action plan history. And then we see is the desk audit, the framework, which is staff information in COPA, the non-compliance indicator, are all staff credentials current and uploaded in eDocs? And then our comment of what we observed, which was Bo Peep's credentials were not uploaded in COPA, and then the action plan, which is in progress. And then the action plan history, you'll see what is needed to complete the action plan, and that is to upload Bo Peep's credentials into staff eDocs and the due date. We also have the responsible party, who is to ensure that these credentials were uploaded. All right, in the visit follow-up, the coordinator shall email the program specialist when all action plans have been completed. We do not get notification that you have uploaded anything in COPA, so the only way we're going to know is if you tell us. If you are requiring an extension, these must be requested before the original due date. Your program specialist will verify that all action plans are completed within the specific time frame, and further action may be taken against the program if action plans are not completed by the due date. Okay, and so here is what it looks like once it's been completed. We have the verified completion and the date that it was completed. All right. So at this time, we were going to have our local lead and class specialist and director speak, but they are not available at this time. I think they said they would be able to talk to us at 10 o'clock. So we're going to go on and we will come back to that in a moment. So right now we're going to talk about eligibility. A lot has changed with eligibility. There is no longer a difference between Arkansas Better Chance for School Success, ABCSS, and ABC. We are now going to use all the requirements that were originally for ABC for all children. And this does mean that you will be able to enroll children from birth through pre-K at your center. So if you choose to um, slow down and excuse me, I tried to read something else on my screen. So if you choose to um, service children that are now infants and toddlers where you haven't been able to before, you now are able to do that. Kayla, do you want to talk any more about that? Or are we
Yeah,
good?
so yeah, I can just talk briefly about it. So I know a lot of people are putting your email in the chat box. That's fine. We'll try to get you the PowerPoints. It may not be um right this second, but we will get you copies of the PowerPoint. So um if you put your email in the chat box during the survey, you don't need to put it in there. We will send that out. But yeah, so just to talk about eligibility. So as Michelle said, there has been change. So now we are looking at utilizing all ABC standards, which a lot of you know as like old money requirements. And so this is really important because this is a big change. So a lot of you are used to only being able to serve 3 to 5, and now you will be able to serve birth to 5. So that is a big change. We just want everyone to be aware of that change. It does not mean that you have to serve infants and toddlers. However, you now can serve those infants and toddlers. So we hope that this will help with enrollment. And yes, so with that comes along the change of using the ABC qualifiers as well, which means that it's no longer just regarding income. There are additional qualifiers that we are going to talk about. But yes, that is a big change. So just please utilize your program guide that we have created. That's going to help you with eligibility, but you can serve birth through 5. And we hope that you will be able to serve some of those infants and toddlers, especially if there's a need in your area. Or if you are having some trouble with enrollment, this may be a really good time to look at opening an infant or a toddler classroom. So, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Kayla. So, one other thing that I remembered was now in COPA for their program model, you will only be using ABC. You will no longer enroll children as ABCSS, just ABC. All right, so let's talk a little bit about ABC eligibility factors. So we're going to be looking at families with gross income not exceeding 200% of the federal poverty level. And most of you, that is what you're familiar with. That's how you have been qualifying most of your children. So now you have the option to also enroll children with a developmental delay as identified through screening. Um, and these are children that qualify for an IEP or an IFSP. And we'll talk more about that later on during the PowerPoint. It is not just for children who have failed their screening. So parents without high school diploma or GED, and that is parents, both parents, not just one parent. The child is eligible for services under IDEA, low birth weight, below 5 pounds and 9 ounces, income eligible for Title I programs. Parent was under the age of 18 at the child's birth. There is limited English proficiency. An immediate family member who has a history of substance abuse or addiction. Parent has a history of abuse or neglect. A child that is in foster care at the time of enrollment. Has an incarcerated parent, and this is within the child's lifetime. Is in the custody or living with a family member other than the mother or father. Has an immediate family member arrested for or convicted of drug-related offenses, and this must have occurred within the child's lifetime. Has a parent activated for military duty away from their home base. And this must be for a minimum of 30-day duration. Is homeless as defined by the McKenty-Vento Act, which ensures the right of students to go to school even when they are homeless or don't have a permanent address. And like I said, we'll be going through all the documentation that can be used to qualify the children and the families later on today.
Hey, Michelle, we had a question really
Mhm.
quickly, which I think is a great question that was asking about Title One. I think it was on the previous slide, so it's one of the eligibility. Let me go back. So income eligible for Title One programs. And so someone asked about the income under that. Typically, if they are income under Title One, so as Michelle said, we have a list of documentation. And so that list is going to be very helpful for you when you're looking to see what exactly that you may need. But so sometimes that could be like Department of Workforce. There's several different what we consider Title One programs within the state. It could be something like I believe there's also like the ESSA. Act. And so there are different types of Title One income guidelines and programs that a family may already be qualifying for that then you can just use as documentation. So that's kind of what that means. I saw that question. I just want to talk about it for a second. But as Michelle said, in our program guide, we have a list in the appendix of all the documentation to go with each one of these eligibility factors. And that is going to be a great guide for you to go in and look and say, okay, here's all of the documentation that I can use from what Title One, what that would be, what I would need, whether it's from if you're at the school district, they may already have that in the administrative office. So, great question, but yes, we have that in our program guide that's already on our website. I'll make sure and link to that in the chat box as well for you all.
Thank you, Kayla. All right, some associated eligibility requirements. Child must reside within the boundaries of the program's local school district. However, if you have exhausted your recruiting efforts and still have unfilled ABC slots, then you can enroll children outside of your school district. They do have to reside in the state of Arkansas, but they can be outside of your school district. Eligible children cannot be denied enrollment or be dismissed due to non-payment of fees associated with another child care program. So if you have an after-school program, um, and the child has, or excuse me, let me just say the family has unpaid fees, you cannot dismiss the child from the ABC program because of those non-payment fees. You can dismiss them from your after-school program or your before-school program, but not the ABC program. Um, and eligible children cannot be denied enrollment or be dismissed based on toilet training issues. And we'll talk more about that later on today. So let's talk a little bit about family unit, because if you're enrolling by income, you have to go by the family unit, not the household. So the family unit would be the child enrolled in the program, the biological or adoptive parents, and these are whether they're married or not married, biological parents or adoptive parents. Legal step parents, so they are married. Siblings related by birth or marriage to the child enrolled. And these would be siblings that reside in the house more than 50% of the time, and any foster siblings. So the child application needs to clearly indicate the number in the family and the number in the household. And all household members and their relation to the enrolled child must be listed on the application, because they may say that there are 5 people in the family and 5 people in the household. But when we look at those people who are listed and what their relations are, that way we can determine whether they're actually in the family unit and who needs to be counted and who doesn't. So eligibility and data management. If a classroom has children from different funding sources, all children must be entered in COPA if there is at least one ABC child in the classroom. So we get questions all the time, can we mix funding in classroom? Yes, you can. But if you have at least one ABC child, they all need to be listed in COPA. Now, for non-ABC children, we are not requiring that you put in all of the screenings, but for the ABC children, all the screenings must be entered. When enrolling children in COPA, use the funding source ABC, CCDF, or other applicable funding source as the program model for the child. So again, we're not using ABCSS, we're using ABC. If an eligibility factor other than income is used to qualify an ABC child, that factor must be checked in the eligibility information section of the child's data sheet in COPA. If you're using income to qualify the child, you do not need to select any other factor. This is important because we get asked all the time to specify the demographics of the children. So, like, how many children of single parents do we have? How many children that are on IEPs? How many children are being raised by their grandparents or are in the custody? Things of that. So it's important that we know that information.
We have a question that I just saw, Michelle, I think would probably be a good time. Are you referring to paid spots? So, just to clarify, Michelle is talking about those alternative funding sources, and that could be a paid spot, yes. So, anything other than ABC. And so, just to reiterate again, there is no longer going to be an ABCSS option in COPA. That will go away in August. All ABC children are going to be listed as ABC. There is no longer an ABCSS option. Now, if you have a ABC classroom and you have, 18 kiddos in that room, and you've got one child that is strictly private pay. The parents just pay for full-time care. And then maybe you have one other kiddo that is on CCDF, which a lot of you know as vouchers and is now called school readiness assistance. You would list all of those children in COPA. Now, of course, the two that are not ABC, you would want to choose their correct funding source. So if they're private pay, you can choose non-ABC. There's a non-ABC option. If they're on school readiness assistance, you can choose that CCDF option. Um, if you have any questions about what to choose for that child that's in the classroom and is not ABC, send us an email to COPA support and one of us will get back with you and we can look and see what the best option is for that child. So don't stress if you're not for sure how to list it in COPA. You see all that list of program models and you're not really sure, just reach out and we can help you work through that. So there are lots of different funding sources, including those just private pay children. And then I saw a couple of questions too about ABCSS. So you won't need to do anything, and during and after rollover, that will be a change that happens in the system. So you should not need to do anything after rollover as far as changing any of those children from ABCSS to ABC. We're going to work with COPA to make all of that happen. And of course, there may be hiccups along the way, but we will make sure and get that taken care of. And then do you keep attendance on non-ABC children as well? So I would recommend to keep attendance on those children, just so that your information is accurate in COPA, Karen. I would so that your data is accurate and you can utilize those reports in COPA. If you have a child that is school readiness assistance or um, a private paid, you don't necessarily need that in COPA because you're putting that information into the other portal that's used for that school readiness assistance. If you have federal pre-K, you're putting attendance in anyways. So we can look if you have a specific child that you want to check on depending on their funding source, but I would put all of their attendance in just so that you can utilize those reports and so that when we're pulling those reports, we can see what your attendance percentages are. Okay, take it away, Miss Michelle.
Okay. Okay, so let's discuss dual eligibility. So what does dual enrollment mean? A dually enrolled child is enrolled in both an ABC center-based and an ABC HIPPY or PAT program. These children must have two qualifying factors, one of which must be income. The same qualifying factor cannot be used by both programs. And documentation for both qualifying factors must be kept in the child's file. So what this means is that you need to be in contact with your home visiting program, and you need to exchange information and find out who is using income and who is not. And usually it is the program, whichever program enrolls the child first, not who puts the child in COPA first or enrolls in COPA first, but has, excuse me, has, oh, I've lost my train of thought, Kayla. I am so sorry.
That's okay. So when we're talking about the children who have two qualifying factors, one must be income. The other qualifying factor must be one of the lists that's in the eligibility guide. So if they're going to be dual enrolled, they must have two or more. Um, it can't be the same. So it can't be used by both programs. If you have any questions, if you're a home visiting program and a center-based program and you're wanting to dual enroll children and you have a question about eligibility, you can always reach out to us and we can take a look and just help work through that. But that is kind of the gist of dual enrollment. So you can't just say, oh, this child qualifies by income. They're in our program, in our center-based program, and then they're also going to be over here in our home visiting program as well, dual enrolled. They have to have multiple risk factors essentially, and so that's the whole thought process beside that dual enrolled. It's a wraparound service. So I'll give it back to you, Michelle.
Thank you. All right, so family income less than 200% plus any other eligibility requirement, single parent or parent who cannot read. So if a child is enrolled in both the center-based and the HIPPY, the second program to enroll the child shall be responsible for verifying eligibility for dual enrollment. So we recommend that you ask on the application whether the child is enrolled in a home-based education program. Center-based and home visiting programs shall work collaboratively to ensure that both programs have dual eligibility criteria documented in the child's file. So when you're enrolling a dual child, you must contact your COPA data specialist. Um, when a dual child leaves the program, again, contact your COPA data specialist so we can terminate the child in COPA. If you terminate the child, it will terminate the child in both programs. They may be leaving your center, but they may still want to continue with their other option. So please contact us for enrolling and terminating dual children. The qualifying factor other than income must be checked in the eligibility information section of the child's data sheet, just like we were talking about before. Um, so do we have any questions about dual enrollment? Let's see.
I don't see anything in the chat. Oh, wait. So we had a parent that was not comfortable giving their income information to home visiting. So if you have a parent that is not wanting to enroll in home visiting, that is the parent's choice. So we're not going to make a parent enroll their child in any program if they're not comfortable with that. So that's always going to be the parent's choice. So I would just work with, the program in your area and work with your families. And if they're interested, then that's great. It's a great wraparound service to provide. If they're not interested, then that is the parent's choice always. I don't see any other questions, Michelle.
Okay. I was just looking to see if our friends from class and local leads. Okay, so Jennifer Douglas is on.
Oh, yes, I'm on. Sorry.
Okay, no, you're fine. Let me go back up to and Alicia. Do you know if Alicia's going to be on with us?
I don't see her on just yet. So we could go ahead and let Jennifer talk about local leads. That way, if she needs to do something else today, she can jump off whenever she's done.
Okay, sounds good.
So Jennifer Douglas is the assistant director here with the Office of Early Childhood, and she is over the local leads. And a lot of you have heard us talk a lot about local leads. And so we are really excited to have her on. We appreciate her taking time out of her busy schedule, and I will just turn it over to Miss Jennifer. And then when she gets done, I think Alicia Atwood is on, and we'll let her take a little bit of time to talk about class as well. All right, Jennifer, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Kayla. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for allowing us to be here with you today. I know you got a long day planned, so we'll just take up just a bit of it and see if you have questions. Do you care, Kayla, or whoever's running the slide deck, to go down to the local lead slide?
Okay.
So is Alicia on?
Yeah. Good
Okay.
morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I think I'm going to go ahead and start with the first two slides and then turn it back over to Jennifer. And then we can tag team any questions or wonderings that you might have. But I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Alicia. I know many of you, and I've worked with many of you in different capacities. What we wanted to start with today is the vision and how important that vision is that everybody understand what from the very top to everyone that's every stakeholder in Arkansas, what is the vision? So let's just take a look at this. LEARNS envisions a seamless early childhood system in Arkansas that ensures all of these things below. Number one, that children enter kindergarten ready to learn and prepared for lifelong success as a result of those experiences in high quality early care and education. And then number two, that families can access the resources their child needs on the pathway to kindergarten, regardless of the setting they choose for their child. Number three, providers deliver high quality early learning experiences through a workforce that is prepared to care for and educate young children. And then, are there enough affordable, safe spots for children made accessible for families through state, local, and community leadership? And then the last part of this vision, we want to make sure that the local and state economies benefit from thriving families who are supported to hold jobs, raise children, and participate in their community. So, with that being said, we know that the LEARNS Act has said that we have to have a clear, simple, and understandable uniform accountability system for publicly funded early childhood education programs that includes, without limitation, a rating indicative of child outcomes. So, we have been charged to use the class assessment tool for these ratings. So, what we're going to do now is we're going to just take a moment to look at the Office of Early Childhood has put together a class website, and you can access that by going to oecclass.org. And we've got right there in that top corner the web address for you to access that, or you can also, Kayla has dropped that into the chat. Thank you. But we've also got a QR code there that you could use if you have your cell phone available right now. So we've got a lot of things on this OEC class webpage that will give you information and resources that you need to help you as you get started. The very first tab there, what is class? We've got on that link just a slide deck there to kind of give you information about what is class, what does it mean for you, and why are we doing it here in the state of Arkansas. It's a very good slide deck, and I encourage you to take a look at that. On that next tab, when you visit this oecclass.org, you're going to see the implementation timeline. And we just at the Office of Early Childhood updated that implementation timeline just within the last couple of weeks to kind of help providers know the expectation. We have had a pilot learning year last year, and this next year, the 25-26 school year, we are calling our pilot transition year. So we do know that during this pilot transition year that our scores were still going to be held harmless. So we know that we're still working on getting everybody up to capacity as we're building this plane. So take a moment to look at that implementation timeline for sure. We've got a page there about class pilot FAQs to kind of help you know what is class and a lot of the frequently asked questions that all of our stakeholders around the state of Arkansas are asking. The next one is a tool, a page that we update often on this tool, the resource page, and it's the scheduled class trainings around the state of Arkansas. Now, I'll tell you, if you go there, you'll see all of the observation trainings around the state of Arkansas. But I will say those trainings are specifically for directors or administrators that need to take the class observation course so that they can use the class tool in their program, in the classrooms in their program. So we have had some programs who have reached out and would like to bring teachers. And right now, this course, the priority group for this course is for directors or administrators that will be evaluating their staff. But if you're interested in finding an observation course that's happening around your area, you can always check out that page to see what the current observations that are available, but you could also check out with your local leads. Your local leads may have some additional information, and Jennifer will talk about that in just a little bit. The next couple of pages are on this webpage are really have a lot of embedded information depending on what your role is. If you're a leader, we've got a video there that helps you understand what does class look like for you. We've got one for teachers and for observers. And we're continuing to grow this resource as we have information. We add it to this page almost daily as we get new links, new information, and things that we know will help our providers around the state. And then we've got some information there on class group coaching. So if you've had a class observation and you're ready for the coaching, that's how you can get in contact with the providers who are delivering that coaching at this time. And then we've got the local lead information embedded there. Just one more way that you can find the page that has all of the information and names of the local lead providers around the state. We've got the Teachstone website linked there. Teachstone is the company that has the class tool. And then we've got resources. We're continuing to find resources that we know that our providers utilize a lot, and we're putting them there so that you can have quick access to them. So as this class tool and this class pilot evolves, we want you to know that we're going to continue to support all of our providers, and we're going to continue to add to this page to help you answer any questions. But feel free to always reach out to us if you have questions about class. We're more than willing to help you if you don't see what you need here. Jennifer?
Yes, so the one thing Alicia mentioned is local leads, and I hope that most all of you, if not every single one of you, have gotten to know your local lead in your area. We do have statewide coverage now. There are 26 local lead organizations that cover all 75 counties across the state of Arkansas. And one of the things that they do is support the class initiative, but their primary role is to support providers in your local area and to really help further the work for early childhood in your local area through a local plan. So you can kind of see these are their big 5 things that they're tasked to do. The vast majority of it circles around your local community and providing support, just giving you a voice so that as you have concerns through the class implementation or HQIM with curriculum, whatever it is, you can take those to your local lead and have and voice that concern and really try to further the work in your area. So here's a map for you to find who your local lead is if you don't know. That QR code will take you to the OEC website for local leads, and it gives you my contact information as well as the contact information for every lead captain across the state of Arkansas. The other two big things that they do is each year we will be conducting an unduplicated child count in October to kind of line up with when K-12 does their October 1 enrollment. And this gives us an idea of the number of children being served by funding source and age across the state of Arkansas. And then we'll follow that up in December with a coordinated funding request where it's completely different than what it used to be. But this is the way now that we will be requesting those ABC slots, the infant and toddler slots that were funded at the state level. I think there's like 15 or 20 statewide. But any state funding that comes through the Office of Early Childhood goes through that coordinating funding request that will be done in December. And that is all through your local lead. And so they wear lots of hats, and it's super important that you connect with them. So please, if you do not know who your local lead is, Kayla dropped the direct link in the chat, or you can scan the QR code. Get to know them, please. That very next slide just kind of tells the timeline for local leads and what their work is each year. That it's kind of a continuous planning process. And so most of them have their local plan in place now. And so they will go into the fall, hopefully having provider meetings and sharing that information with you guys, and then following up with child count. So what I think Alicia and I are happy to answer any questions that you have, either with class or local leads. And that's our timeline for the fall. Like I said, child count. And then this past spring, since they were all in place, they worked with providers in their areas to have a local plan. So if you don't know what your local plan is, please reach out to your local lead so you can be involved.
I don't see any other questions. I think Alicia already answered the main question that we had about directors that have taken class observation and passed if they needed to take the test again yearly. Um,
And I will say too, Kayla, it is important. We sent out a notification just recently to all observers to help them understand how important it is that, yes, you do have to take the test yearly, but you also have to do recalibrations through the year. And so if you are an observer who has passed and has not received that email, if you'll contact me, we want to get you that information because we want to make sure all of our observers have the chance to recalibrate.
And I see a question in the chat about the best order to take the training. That's probably going to depend on your personality. Me personally, I kind of did begin it with the end in mind and started with pre-K, which I think is probably the most difficult, and then worked back and did toddler and then finished with infant. But some people like to start with an infant toddler and then move up to pre-K. So it kind of just depends on your learning style.
I will say, Jennifer, one thing that has helped many people before they take the OBS course is to take the primer for leaders course. And so if you're about to take the observation course, it is a 3-day course and it is a lot of information. But if you'll reach out to your local lead, they have a code that you can access to give you that primer for leaders course. And it'll be a little bit easier once you kind of hear some of the terminology and stuff in that primer course. It'll help you in that observation course.
So, and I see Mardella has a question about how long do they have to get the training? We are going into our transition year, and so the full implementation year for class will be 26, 27. So I would encourage you guys to go ahead and participate in those trainings this year, because like Alicia said, everybody's held harmless for now. So you can kind of get a good baseline of where your center is, and then have time before it's a full implementation year. And then there was a question about Head Start. I think the biggest difference that I know about, Alicia, you might add to this, with what our pilot is and Head Start is everything we're doing will be second edition with class observations. And so I know some Head Starts now are using the 2008 edition for pre-K. So all of our trainings and observations for pre-K are second edition. And then as they update infant toddler to their second edition, it will also be all of the state observations will be for second edition class, whether it be infant toddler or pre-K once their new infant toddler tool comes out.
That is correct, Jennifer. The new tool comes out from Teachstone August 1st. However, we know that's going to take our team here at the state and all of our observers around the state a little bit of time to get up to speed on being certified in that new tool. So, like Jennifer said, the expectation is June 1st of, I'm sorry, January 1st of 2026 we will be using the second edition pre-K, which we're already doing, but infant toddler will start on January 1st of 2026. Yep.
And someone had requested that we show the link again. So I've got it up here on the
Perfect.
PowerPoint.
Yeah, and I think we had a slide that had our contact information. Please don't hesitate to reach out to either one of us. We would be happy to connect you to your local lead and or answer any questions you have about class or the class pilot.
And then
Okay.
Nicole asked one more question that I see here. Do you recommend still taking the primer course after you've already passed the class observation test? Not necessarily. Not I don't think that would be. But one of the things I will say, your local leads also have a code that they can share with directors that will provide information to teachers. It's called the Primer for Teachers or Primer for Educators. So that would be something that directors could walk through and facilitate with their staff just to give them additional information on the tool.
Well, thank you, Kayla and Michelle, for having us today. We won't hold up your training any longer, but if you guys have any other questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to us, and we hope you have a great training for the rest of today and tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you so much.
you. Yes, thank you both for joining us.
Okay, so I think right now, let's get back to where we were. We are scheduled for a break, so we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break, a quick break, get up and stretch our legs, get something to drink, and just be back in 10 minutes. Okay, so we got about a minute left. We'll wait for everyone to get back. All right, everybody should be back. Kayla did put the training slides in the chat, so everyone will have access to those. Again, this will be on our website for anyone who's not able to participate today. Okay, so we're going to be talking about documenting eligibility. And I'm going to start with income eligibility. This is the one that you're most familiar with. So in determining eligibility, we're looking at families that are under the 200% of the federal poverty level. In a two-parent household, both incomes must be used. Income of step-parents must be used, and these are legal married step-parents. And use the number in the family and not in the household on the application. So when you're using earned income, get the most recent documents, the ones that are within 30 days of the date of the application. Pay stubs must equal to 30 days or 1 month of income. You're going to use holiday, vacation, and sick pay. And do not use overtime, tips, etc., anything that is not a consistent form of income. Do not use child support, disability, or Social Security. You will use unemployment, the gross pay, and on income tax forms, use adjusted gross income. So acceptable forms of income eligibility documentation, pay stubs, W-2s, federal income tax forms, Schedule C or Schedule F for self-employed only. And if none of those are available, a notarized letter, and this is actually should be signed by the employer, not the parent. This needs to be by the employer. Other notarized statements, no earned income, employer statement to verify income and pay, so the employment and the pay. And statements that are not notarized or not signed will not be accepted. Okay, we're going to briefly go over how to calculate income. We have found, and most providers have found, that using this worksheet will help immensely in calculating income. It breaks it down from paid weekly, bi-weekly, twice monthly, and monthly. I think this also works for CCDF, and this is on our website. All right. You're going to add together for a weekly pay stub, add together the gross amount from each check. So that is check plus check plus check plus check for a monthly pay. You're going to divide that by 4, and then you're going to multiply it by 4.334, and then multiply by 12, and that will give you the yearly gross income. Biweekly, you're going to add the checks together. You're going to divide by 2. Then you're going to multiply by 2.167. And then you're going to multiply by 12. Okay, so if they're paid twice monthly, and this is usually they'll be paid on like the 15th and the 30th. Add the checks together, divide by 2, multiply by 2, and then multiply by 12. And then, of course, if they're I don't have a screen for that. Hold on. So then if they're paid monthly, it's just the gross check amount times 12. Okay, so here's some commonly asked questions that we get. Do siblings enrolling for the next year automatically qualify, or do I have to get new income documentation? So siblings do not automatically qualify for an ABC slot. You would need to get new eligibility documentation. So if you already have a child enrolled and the next year their sibling wants to enroll, then you need to get new documentation for that child, new income documentation, or eligibility, any kind of eligibility factor. You can still use the sliding fee scale to enroll children. That has not changed. So here's a scenario. Both biological parents live in the household with the child, but they're not married. Both the children and the child count as the family unit. So you would need to get income documentation for both parents. So mom and her boyfriend and their 2 children live with the child, but the enrolling child has a different father. So there are 5 people in the household, but we're only going to count 4 in the family unit. So you're only going to count the family members that are biologically related to the child. So mom, the child, and the children related to the child. And you're only going to use mom's income. And that is because the boyfriend is not the father of the enrolling child. And you do not need to get the biological father's income. He can be placed on the pickup list and do everything with the child that they would like to do, but they will not be counted on the application because he does not live in the household with the child.
And I will say in that last scenario, the only way that would change is if they were married, and that becomes the stepdad in that situation.
That's correct. So another scenario, a child lives with the grandparents, an aunt, 2 cousins, and the mom is the only provider. So there are 7 people in the household, but only the child and the mother count as the family unit. So you would only use the mom's income. Parents have joint custody. We see this a lot. Use the information and the income of whoever enrolls the child. Again, the other parent can be put on the pickup list, have access to the child, but they don't need to be on the application because if they are on the application, we're going to be looking for their income. All right, dad and stepmother live with the child and her children live with them on the weekends. Since the children are not there 50% of the time, then you would only count the father, the stepmother, and the child. All right. Do we have any questions that we would like to address?
Yes. So there is a couple of questions I wanted to go through. We had 2 questions that I think we can pretty easily answer. Do you want to just go back, Michelle, to, I believe it's slide 40, the types of income that are counted? So if you have a family that is enrolling and you're looking at enrolling them based on income and you've asked them to turn in their documentation, You are not going to use child support or disability as an income qualifier. So the reason why is that is not considered an earned income. So you're not going to use those. So if you have a parent that's on disability, and they have no other form of employment, um, then they would be qualifying based on something other than the earned income. So you would go to maybe the zero income form. Is that what it's called, Michelle, on the website? The zero income form. They can
The
get
notarized,
notarized.
yeah.
Yeah, so we have a form where they can notarize that they don't receive any other type of income. Um, so we do have that option. If they get, let's say, they do have some sort of tax form where they can show that. So there are other options, but yes, but I saw a child support question and disability. You're not counting those income as earned income. And then we did have a question about if they don't have permanent housing, can use the McKinney-Vento Act. So yes, you can use that as documentation. Um, and I think that's what we were about to talk about with some more types of documentation that you can use.
Yeah, someone
And
has here, if the mom and child are living with the grandparents, are they not considered homeless? Well, it kind of depends. And that's where your McKinney Vento, cannot say that word, McKinney Vento liaison with your school district will help you qualify that family, whether they're homeless or not. Because, there's a difference with someone living with the grandparent, the family living with the grandparent, and the grandparent living with the family. It's kind of like who is actually supporting who. So work with your liaison, your school district liaison, to help determine whether someone is qualifying as homeless.
so I see a question in the chat box, Michelle. What if we've already enrolled a child for 25-26 where we counted the grandparents who live in the home on the income scale? If we take them off, they may not qualify to attend now. We have already sent out some letters confirming enrollment. So if and Lindsay, you can send us an email and we can take a look just to see all of your documentation if you would like us to. But I mean, they would not qualify if they're going to be over income based on counting in grandparents. Now, if the child is living with the grandparents, that's a different scenario. But you can reach out to us and you may have to reach out to that family and just explain to them that they may not be eligible if you're doing it based on income.
And there's also a question here about slots. At this time, all of the ABC slots have been awarded. So we don't have any additional slots to give out.
And I'm going to put my email here in the chat box. That way, if you have any specific questions, like if you currently have a grant agreement, you can just send me an email and we can take a look at that. But
Yeah.
we will get back to it. I just wanted to stop and take a couple of questions. I figured there would be several just when we start talking about all of this eligibility. And so if you have a question, put it in the chat box. We'll try to make sure and get to them. But we will move on to some of that documentation. I think this will answer some of your questions.
All right. So first we're going to talk about developmental delay established by a screening or letter of service from an early childhood special education program, an IFSP or an IEP, letter of an IEP conference decision, or psychological assessment documenting a developmental delay. So if your teachers screen your children and you have a child that has failed that screening, they do not qualify as developmental delayed until it's established by the early childhood special education program, be it your co-op or your school district. If the parents refuse services, then that is where the letter of IEP conference decision comes into play. So we can see that the co-op has, the child has failed the screening by the co-op or special education, and they've notified the parent and it has been denied. But they do still qualify for your program even if the parents deny service. So parents without a high school diploma or a GED. So like I said before, this is both parents. We've had several questions about if they just have one parent without a high school diploma. It must be both. So you can get a letter from their high school stating they did not graduate, high school transcript sent from the school, a letter from a GED program stating the parent is attending, and a notarized letter from the parent stating they did not graduate. Let's see, low birth weight, which is below 5 pounds, 9 ounces. And I see a question real fast. Yes, parents, so that is plural, both parents without a high school diploma. So if you're going to verify low birth weight, can use birth certificates, a letter from the hospital or doctor verifying the birth weight, or a hospital birth card or announcement sent home from the hospital. Okay, children eligible for services under IDEA. We've had several questions. If a child fails their hearing screening or their vision screening, do they qualify? Well, that depends. Do they qualify under IDEA? So you may have to do a little investigating, a little digging. You may have to ask for more information from the parent. Documentation, again, IEP or an IFSP, letter of conference decision, evaluation or programming conference form decision form, a letter from the co-op or special education, or medical documentation. And then parent was under the age of 18 at the age of the child's birth, and you can see that by the child's birth certificate. Most of the time it will have the parents and the child, their dates of birth, birth certificate of the parent plus the child's birth certificate, or the parent's driver license plus the child's birth certificate. So a little math may be involved. Okay, Kayla?
I was just
Oh,
going to say, will you go back one just a little, yeah, right there. So we had a couple of questions about parents without high school diploma. So yes, this is parents. So it needs to be both. Now, let's just say that there is only one parent involved. If you have a single parent, then obviously you would only be looking at that one. So it's whoever is on the application.
correct.
And then medical documentation, you can go forward.
Okay.
See, go one. Oh, okay. Medical documentation. So, Brenda, this would be something from the child's pediatrician. It would need to be either their pediatrician or, like a nurse practitioner, someone that is seeing the child. It needs to be medical documentation on a letterhead that has information that tells us that they qualify under IDEA. So it may be that you have a letter from that child's pediatrician stating that they have a medical condition that qualifies them for IDEA. So you could use that if you don't yet have that IEP conference. Yes.
Correct.
So if cerebral palsy would qualify them for under IDEA and you had a doctor's note documentation that says that, then yes. You would just want something that's special, that's specifically stating that. And the reason we have that option is, let's say you do have a child that has a medical condition like cerebral palsy, but maybe they don't yet have an IEP. Maybe there isn't an IEP that they're needing yet at school, but they still qualify for those services under that act. Then you can use that medical documentation. That's why we have that option there.
I see a question for parent under the age of 18. It can be either parent, mom or dad was under the age of 18.
Yep. And we know that that can be kind of confusing. So that's why we tried to make sure that we specify in those rules. And again, we are going to be updating program guides and things like that just to kind of help guide you. But we wanted to really kind of talk a little bit about this. Lisa, I will put that in the chat box. Michelle, you can go ahead.
Okay. So limited English proficiency is another qualifier. And you would need a letter from a social worker, a letter from the Bureau of Citizenship, a parent's green card, a letter from an adult education program that the parent is enrolled in adult education classes, or written documentation of observation of child and or parent during the screening or application. So if they need a translator to fill out the application, that would qualify as documentation. I see another question here. What about a child with autism who does not have a diagnosis, super smart but delayed socially? We need documentation, some sort of documentation that the child has autism. Okay. So another qualifying factor, immediate family member, parent, step parent, or sibling who has a history of substance abuse or addiction. In this case, it would be a letter from the doctor or treatment center treating the family member, letter from a social worker assisting the family, or law enforcement or court records. And then the next one sort of goes along with that. A parent has a history of abuse or neglect. So documentation from DHS, law enforcement, or court records. For a foster child, court records or documentation from DHS. And for a child who has an incarcerated parent, and this must be within the lifetime of the child, documentation from law enforcement, the court, or the Department of Corrections website. So also to address foster children, we know that when you enroll a foster child, that a lot of times they come with little or no information. We're not going to expect you to have a birth certificate on the child. You would need like the meta alert. You will have documentation from DHS that this is a foster child. So again, we don't expect all documentation for a foster child. We'll know once we see those documents that, you know, you're okay that if you don't have a birth certificate on that child. Okay, for children in the custody of or living with a family member other than the mother or father, we will need a court record, documentation from DHS, or a notarized statement from family member that the child is living with them and neither child is residing in the home. And then immediate family member, parent, step-parent, or siblings has been arrested for or convicted of drug-related offenses, and this is within the lifetime of the child. Records from law enforcement, court documents, documentation from the Department of Corrections website, or a newspaper article. And then a parent activated for military duty away from their home base, and it must be a minimum of 30 days. And we will need to see either a copy of the deployment orders or a letter from the Department of Defense notifying that the parent will be deployed. Now, this does not mean that every active duty military family qualifies. These are only for parents who have been deployed away from their home base. And this can be for the armed forces or for National Guard. Okay, so parents who are homeless as defined by the McKenty-Vento Act. A residency form signed by the parent and the McKenty-Vento liaison, or notarized statement. They are living in an emergency shelter or a transition living program, staying temporarily with friends or families due to inadequate housing, or staying in motels, campgrounds, cars, or other temporary housing. Okay, so the enrollment of ineligible children. So what will happen if you enroll children who are not eligible? The agency will be placed on a compliance plan. The agency may have to pay back the funds for that child, and future funding may be affected. All right, Kayla, do we want to look at some more questions before we go on to the next section?
Yeah, let me read. I think I've gotten a couple of them, but so we did have a question about what if the parent is incarcerated, but the child has nothing to do with the parent, they live with the grandmother.
Well, they would qualify under living with the grandparent.
Yep. And then will the family information form no longer be used for the no high school diploma, limited English, unable to read, write, and homeless? Family information form.
Are you maybe talking about the notarized statement? I don't know what form.
There is a notarized statement form that you can use, but I'm not sure which family form you're talking about. If you will, you can send that to me by email and I can take a look and see. It may be something that your program has developed, that can be notarized. And so if you'll just send that to me in email, we can take a look at it. I think that's just about everything that we covered or I covered in the chat box. Oh, if the father is in the military in another state, do we include his income? That's a
Yes, he's
great
still
question.
supporting his family. Um,
Yeah, so
but
you would use that. I would
yeah.
say unless the father is not an active member of that household, if mom and dad weren't actually together,
Mhm.
that would be the only situation in which you would not use the father's income. But if he's listed on the application and he's just deployed at that time, you would want to include his income. Now, if he is on active duty and he's deployed, then they're going to qualify, without having to look at that income, but you still want to gather that information.
Right. We have a question. What if parents and child are not legal citizens? We do not require that they be legal citizens in our rules and regulations.
And do I use the information from the interpreter? So, I kind of answered this question a little bit,
Oh,
but
okay.
if you would still need an application regardless. So if you have a family that maybe they don't have legal citizenship, you would still gather all of the same information. Obviously, they may not have like a social security number, but you would still gather the same information and they would still need to qualify. Now, if you're using the limited English proficiency, you would just need to look at that list and choose one of those items, but you still need to get all of the same information. You need dates of birth, addresses, all of that same information. But if you have a question, if you have a family that's trying to enroll a child and you're not sure if it is kind of a situation that you don't see very often, or maybe it's a family dynamic that's very different, you can always reach out to us by email and we can help take a look at it with you.
I'd also like to add that um, we are looking at documentation and qualifiers. This year, this is what we are using. It may change for next year. So
Yeah.
just be on the lookout for more changes for next year. But for this year, these are the qualifying factors and the documentation that we're accepting. Okay. So let's talk about child waivers. Now that the documentation has been presented and that we have new qualifying factors. Oh, for some reason, this is on automatic. Oh, what is happening here? Okay. Sorry about that. Um, we are foreseeing that there will be fewer requests for child waivers now that you have a whole new range of qualifying factors that you can use to enroll children. So there are two types of child waivers. We have the eligibility/kindergarten waiver, and then we have foster waivers. An eligibility kindergarten waiver are for children who do not meet eligibility requirements and children who are kindergarten eligible. And I'd just like to say that for children who are kindergarten eligible, our grant stipulates that this grant is for children birth to 5 who are not eligible for kindergarten. So we do not approve very many kindergarten waivers.
Yeah, and I'll say when we're getting those kindergarten waivers, we are looking for what we consider several risk factors before we would approve a kindergarten waiver. There's going to have to be several risk factors for that child and family.
Yes. For a foster child waiver, this is not a waiver to enroll a foster child in the normal sense. This is if um, all of your slots, ABC slots are full, or um, all of your ABC slots are full and your classroom is full. And you need to exceed the ratio for a temporary allotted time period. So for an eligibility kindergarten waiver, an ABC program must request a waiver for a child exhibiting multiple risk factors which impair the child's learning and development, but do not meet the eligibility criteria. I'm sorry, it's still on a timer. Approved only in situations where significant multiple at-risk factors exist that prevent the child from being able to be placed in a kindergarten classroom. Again, with the multiple risk factors. We also collaborate with ADE Special Education, and if we have a question about whether this child would do better in kindergarten or if they would do better in staying with pre-K, we get advisement from them. So completing a child waiver request. Obtain the child waiver request from Arkansas Better Chance website. Complete each section of the form with accuracy. Obtain required signature or documents prior to the submission. And then you're going to email this information to copasupport.mailaccount@ade.arkansas.gov. So what is to be included on the waiver request packet? The waiver itself, the birth record, income, and this is regardless of the reason for the waiver, verification that all eligible children are served and that there is no waiting list, multiple supportive document of identified delays, at-risk factors, and/or documentation of families with extenuating circumstances. And then again, all that information must be emailed to COPA support. Okay, so each child waiver will be considered on a base-by-base case. Programs must submit supportive documents. Child waiver must be approved by the Office of ABC prior to enrolling the child in the ABC program. You could go ahead and enroll the child as a non-ABC participant. And then once they are approved, you can move them to ABC, but do not enroll them as an ABC child until it is approved. And a submission of a child waiver request does not guarantee approval of the request. So a foster care waiver. This is a waiver intended for the temporary approval to serve a foster child when exceeding the awarded amount of slots or the maximum ABC classroom ratio. Waivers cannot be given to exceed classroom capacity, and foster waivers allow for payment for temporary slots. So again, this is to exceed ratio, but not the capacity. If licensing determines that only 20 children can be held in this classroom, then we cannot give you permission to enroll 21. And then the foster waiver also allows for temporary payment for that slot, that additional 21 child. Also, once the slot opens up, you're expected to roll that child into the ABC slot, and then you would no longer have that foster waiver for that child. Excuse me. Okay, completing a foster waiver. So obtain the foster waiver request form from the ABC website. Complete each section form, and this is the agency information, child information, classroom information, and then submission of the waiver request. Documents to include are the court orders. Excuse me, these are to be maintained on site. The court orders, med alert, foster home agreement addendum, and letter from the family service worker. Do not submit foster care verification documents to the ABC office. Just submit the form and we will get with DHS to confirm that the child is in the foster system.
And if for any reason we're not able to confirm, we will have you upload that documentation to COPA instead of emailing, just so that it's a secure upload.
Correct. And then if a waiver is approved, the child waiver request and supporting documentation shall be uploaded in the child eDocs in COPA. One other thing is that the child waiver, foster waiver, is for that particular child. And once they are placed in the regular classroom, and you no longer need that 21 slot, then that child waiver goes away. Okay. Do we want to address any questions that have come up?
So I was just answering one about the first waiver we were talking about was kindergarten or eligibility, if that is for filling spots that maybe they're unable to fill. So we don't want to use these for just not filling slots that you have that are open. These are going to be very specific. So that kindergarten waiver is going to be for a child that has multiple risk factors. Maybe they have some developmental delays. more than one, right? So we're not just talking about a child's getting speech therapy. This is going to be multiple therapy services. The child is developmentally not going to do well in kindergarten, or there's been some extreme family circumstances. The eligibility piece of that would be, let's say you have a family that is over income, they're over that 200%, but the child has several delays. We would have used that waiver in the past. Now that we have the option of everyone being under ABC eligibility, you're not going to need that waiver because you already have the other option of enrolling under the developmental delay option. So, I hope, Lori, I hope that answered your question. And then if the foster waiver, like she's saying, is that specific situation where you have 20 kids in a room and you are working with your local DHS office to bring in foster children into your program. We want to help you succeed in that, and we want to help those children. And so we will allow you to go to 21 for that small period of time until you can get down back to 20. So that's what those two waivers are for. Yes, yes, exactly. I know that eligibility piece is a little confusing. That's been used in the past. That's why Michelle said we don't really see that we're going to have a whole lot of those eligibility parts coming in anymore because you now can use the other eligibility requirements. So, and then Michelle, we had a question about taking kids from another state who are in foster here in our county.
And yes, if they are housed in your county as a foster child, then you would be able to accept them.
Yep. If a child is already enrolled in the ABC program and after the school year, the parent and teacher feels that it's best to receive another year of preschool due to developmental delays, will the waiver be considered or will the parent have to requalify? So we would ask that you submit that waiver, and then there's documentation on the waiver form that we would have you submit. We would review that and give you an answer, on whether or not that it would be approved. And you wouldn't necessarily need to requalify them for ABC at that point in time, depending how long they've been in the program. You wouldn't necessarily need to requalify them if we're doing a kindergarten waiver. And part of that documentation is going to be the notice to the school, letting them know that that child would not be participating in kindergarten. That will be part of what you would have to submit to us. And then we would give you a response. And we do try to give you a response very quickly on waiver request, especially if you have a child that is in foster care and you're needing to go over your enrollment. We prioritize making sure that we get those back to you very quickly. But just be aware that, like I said, the kindergarten waiver is used very, 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 very sparingly. Um, and so we just want to make sure that you're all aware of that. Okay, you can go ahead, Michelle. I think we've got everything in the chat box.
Okay. And so we're next going to go on to child records. And Letitia, I
Yeah,
think this is yours.
okay. All right. The essential enrollment documentation. The following documentation must be obtained before the child can attend. We need a completed application with the enrollment date, and up-to-date immunization or an exemption form, the birth certificate, and the ABC documentation. Children enrolled without eligibility documentation are not considered eligible for the ABC program. The following documents are to be maintained in the child records: the birth certificate, hospital birth record, or other official verification of birth date, eligibility documentation, completed application, signed and dated, emergency contact information, including the non-parental contact and medical information. And we also need parental authorization for medical care, including daily pickup and field trip. We need the statement signed by parent verifying receipt of parent handbook, completed health form and immunization record, the completed developmental screening, samples of the child's work, teacher and parent observation, and summaries of parent-teacher conferences. Referral to the special education as applicable includes the referral decision, IFSP or IEP to include the goals and objectives, parent-teacher conference summaries, work sampling, summary reports with the parent signature and dated. Work sampling documentation may be kept separate. The child's portfolio, paper or electronic work samples, and teacher observations. Is it questions? Should I pause? I know I did that quickly.
I'm
No, I
keeping
don't
an
think.
eye out. I don't see any questions so far. Oh, we just had one. How long do we need to keep the child's portfolio? So,
Um,
go ahead, Michelle.
oh, you don't need to keep it. You can give it to the parents when they graduate. Oh,
Yes,
goodness
and I
gracious.
just saw Angela Franks just added also ounce scale for birth through 42 months, not eligible for work sampling. So, when we talk about retaining that information for work sampling or for ounce for any of the child assessment tools, you should already have or are planning on going through an ounce or work sampling training with Arkansas State University Childhood Services. And so they are going to go over in depth with you exactly what you need to keep in your child portfolio. Yep. And then I usually keep 3 name samples, 3 self-portraits. Is that sufficient? Carrie, that sounds very sufficient. I will let Angela Franks also can put her contact information, Angela, if you want to, in the chat box. If you have any questions about documentation that you need to keep or work sampling, work with your coach. They're there to help you, but that does sound sufficient. How long do we keep child records? I was told before to keep off. So yes, your child records is different than necessarily just work sampling. So you need to follow your program's retention policy, if that's 5 years, 7 years. Um, and yes, licensing only requires 3 years for those documents. And anything after that would just be up to your program. So I believe most of the time finance is 7 years. And then other than that, it would be 5 years for typical records. But you can follow your program guides for that. And if we have a child already in ABC who is returning, do we need to do a new application and new income? So as of right now, yes, you will need to get a new application with updated information and new income. We're going to put out a little bit more information throughout, over this next program year on that. Hopefully in the fall or winter, we'll have some updates for you. But I would highly recommend doing a renewal just to have that updated information regardless, even if they've only been in the program for 1 year and they're returning. That way, if their address has changed or phone numbers or anything like that, you'll have the new information. And then for referral to special education, do we need the referral decision and the IEP? Yes. So you would want to keep both of those because that referral is going to cover your piece where they've had a screening and then they were referred within 7 days. And then the IEP is going to be helpful for you so that you know what is required for that child.
Okay, I don't see any more.
Look like it just came through. There's a couple more.
Okay.
So we're going to talk a little bit about requalifying later on. But if you are just having a child that comes back like a renewal from the last school year, I would make sure that you have updated information, things like the address, phone number, all of that.
Okay,
Okay,
so
you can go ahead.
we're going to talk now about health and developmental screenings.
Okay, the health screening consists of vision, hearing, physical well child checkup, and the growth assessment. Health screening. Incoming new students' physicals are current if performed within the last 12 months. Parents of students without physicals are required to provide one within 45 days of the first day of attendance. Returning students' health screenings are good for 2 years, and all vision, hearing, physicals, and growth assessments must be entered into COPA within 60 days. Developmental screenings, screening, referral, and special education. Children shall receive a developmental screening no later than 45 calendar days from the first day of attendance. Screening shall be administered annually unless a child has a current IFSP or an IEP in place. Children so identified shall be referred to special education within 7 calendar days of the date of their screening. Programs shall comply with state and federal laws for special needs students. The elements of a developmental screening. The developmental screening must include, at a minimum, the following areas: vocabulary, visual motor integration, language and speech development, fine and gross motor skills, social skills, and developmental milestones.
Oops. So these are some developmental screenings for infants and toddlers, since infants and toddlers may be new to some of you guys. I've found that most people use ages and stages for their infants and toddlers, but you could also use the Battelle and the Brigance.
Is this me again? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I was looking at the questions in the chat. Okay, why do we screen? Um, we screen to identify children who may potentially need special services, identify the need for revision of curriculum planning, classroom design, and classroom management strategies, and assist in identifying areas in which each child needs individualized attention. What is my role in screening? The program may complete the screening or arrange with educational cooperative to complete the screening, but the responsibility to ensure that it is completed rests with the ABC program. The screening must, okay. The screening must be completed, including the date of screening, child's name, child's date of birth, the screener's name, the score, and the outcome. Did they pass, fail, rescreen, or should they be referred? Developmental screenings and COPA. The following developmental screening information must be entered into COPA for each child within 60 calendar days of the first day the child attends the program. You should include the screening date, the instrument, the screening result, the decision, rescreen due date, and who it was performed by. A referral to special education must be made within 7 calendar days upon the failure of a developmental screening. If you choose to rescreen a child, it must be within 45 days of the original screening. Rescreen must be documented on the original screening. Rescreen must be documented in COPA when entering the original screening, and the new developmental screening must be entered into COPA when it is completed.
And that is the screening information, not the actual document.
Will you go back one, Michelle? Go back one slide here. So, we want to make sure that when you're entering, I believe there are two different options. Correct me if I'm wrong. There's screening and then there's an assessment option. And so we do want to make sure that everyone knows to select screening and not assessment. So otherwise it will not show up that you have entered that information. So if you see two different options, make sure you select screening in COPA. And then I'm going to put in the chat box, we have on our website, we do have a list of acceptable screening tools. I know that was something that Michelle had talked about, the different approved screening tools, whether it's Brigance or the Dial or Ages and Stages. I'm just going to put a link in the chat box where you can find all of those screening tools and curriculum. And then I didn't see any specific questions about screenings? Someone did ask when entering COPA, are teachers required to do so? So that's a program decision on who is entering this data. If your teachers are going to be required to enter, let's say, maybe attendance and the child's information, such as screenings or health documents, then yes, that's a program decision, though. We do not have any requirement under who enters the information as long as there is someone that is doing it. But I'll let you go on. I just wanted to pause for a second just to give everyone a chance to ask any questions if they needed and to add in where they can find that screening information.
Okay, where to refer the child. The child must be referred to the legally responsible special education entity, First Connections, children birth to 3 years of age, school district educational cooperative, children 3 to 5 years of age. The child may be referred to other mental health and or service providers. However, referrals to other agencies cannot replace the required referral to special education.
So, I think I saw a question in there about, well, what if a child comes to your program and they are receiving services from a private provider and not the co-op or the school district? That does not qualify them for to be enrolled under a delayed developmental delay. If they come in with that they're already receiving services, you still have to screen them and then you still have to refer to the co-op or the special education uh, school district entity. But the private services cannot replace the referral for the co-op. Only the co-op or special education can give those parents their legal rights under the law. And so they do have to fail those screenings in order to qualify for ABC.
Referral documentation to your educational cooperative or district special education include a referral form, a copy of the email sent to educational cooperative or to district special education. If the screening was performed by the educational cooperative or district special education, the screening itself can be used as documentation. In this case, special education is referring to itself.
So if the co-op does the screening, you do not have to present an additional referral form because like this says, they are referring to themselves. They know who they need to rescreen or who they need to put on an IEP.
We had a good question about the referral forms, if there's a specific forms, and we do not have a referral form from OEC. That is something that will come from your education co-op or the district special education coordinator in your area. So whoever you refer to, if it's a co-op or your district, they will have the form that you would need. If you're doing ASQs in your program and you are using that information to make that referral, you would just need to find out from them what referral form that they would prefer that you use. And if for any reason you're not sure who to reach out to, you can always email us and we can work with you to make that determination.
I've also had questions about some programs have the co-op offices located in their building, and so they see them all the time. And if a child fails a screening, they just poke their head in and say, "Hey, little Johnny's failed a screening." In those type of cases, also send a backup email and keep a copy of that email in the records, so that way we know that the child has been referred.
Okay. Referral information, the date that they were referred, requested by, the referral reason, screening, and who they were referred to.
And all that needs to be entered into COPA under referral.
ABC and special education collaboration. For any ABC child also receiving special education services, appropriate staff from the education cooperative or school district shall have access to the child at mutually agreeable times during the program day in order to provide services outlined in the child's IEP. The intervention. If a child in question has a disability and is in the process or has been identified under IDEA, the ABC program shall follow state special education rules and regulations governing suspension and or expulsion. If children demonstrate challenging behavior, the ABC program shall consult with behavior help and the early childhood special education program regarding classroom modifications and interventions. If necessary, intervention shall ensure each child has access to professional services, such as referrals to the Educational Cooperative Behavior Specialist, the DESE-funded Regional Support Network for Early Autism Identification, and Community Mental Health Center, and a private therapist. For any ABC child requiring the intervention services of special education, the ABC program shall collaborate with special education professionals to ensure each party has access to necessary information to provide the appropriate services. Special education and COPA, IFSP, and IEP disability information. Primary condition, broad category, select from the drop-down menu. The diagnosis date, select qualified status from the drop-down menu, select disability status from the drop-down menu. Copies of the IFSP and IEP shall not be uploaded to COPA eDocs unless requested by the ABC unit. Oops.
So required information in COPA, you need to enter the attendance. And this is located either on the agency, site, or class tab, depending on your access level. And the physical well-child checkup, and that's in the medical tab. The growth assessment, which is in the growth and nutrition tab. Vision and hearing screenings in the medical tab. Developmental screening, and that's on the developmental tab. Referrals are on the referral tab. And an IEP or IFSP information is on the disability tab. And the requested child documents shall be entered in the child eDocs. So that is the information that is required to be entered into COPA. Okay, Kayla, do we want to look at some questions?
Yes, so let's just take a look. I saw a question about oral health screenings. And so ABC does not require you to have a specific type of oral health screening. We do require a vision and hearing exam. Let's see. I think that's the only two. I saw a question about co-ops doing the screenings. So I reach out to your local co-op and they can give you all of the information about their screening process. And I do believe that we are going to talk a little bit more about screenings, I believe after lunch. Michelle, did we talk a little bit more about hearing and vision, or did we already cover that?
We already covered that.
Okay, if you have questions, I think that maybe Rita that asked that question. But if you have a hearing exam or vision exam question, you can reach out to us. Um, those are done under the medical tab. You can use a physician hearing exam or vision exam if they are on there. Some community programs also use programs like the Lions Club. They have some vision screenings. That's an option. But if you have any questions about that requirement, let us know. But yes, hearing and vision is required. We do not require any type of oral health screening for the dentist.
We have a question here about what about shot immunization records? We do not require that information be entered into COPA, but when we are doing our reviews, monitoring reviews, we will ask about those.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that is part of the requirement for minimum licensing standards that you have those immunization records. And so you may be, if that child is picked for a review from our program, you may be asked to upload those, just have them on file.
And another question here, is it okay if the co-op does the vision hearing? Yes. Yes, it is. What is the early age co-op can do the screenings? I'm not sure about that.
It's probably going to depend on the co-op, each different co-op and what they offer. If you need to, you can reach out to, I think I sent already the link for First Connection. So that's going to be your birth to 5 resource that can help you with any of those children that are younger. I would just recommend to reach out to First Connections and they can definitely point you in the right direction. And there's lots of resources on their website. Yeah.
Okay, well, I think we're going to take our lunch break. I can get my slides to work. We have 30 minutes for lunch. I think, do you want to make that 45? We're a little ahead of a schedule.
Yeah, that's fine. We can do that.
Okay.
Give everyone a little bit of extra time to reset and we will come back after that.
All right, you guys have a good lunch. Oops, that did not happen.
Okay, and we are recording again. And so after lunch, now we're going to talk a little bit about staff qualifications and professional development. So the first thing we're going to talk about is ABC center-based coordinators. So an ABC program coordinator or site director without teaching responsibilities shall meet the minimum licensing requirements for a center director and complete director's orientation within a reasonable time period. Of course, this is subject to the availability of training. We do not have any other requirements other than meeting the minimum licensing requirements for a director. Now, as we talk about our coordinators, we want to specifically talk about ABC HIPPY or PAT coordinators. So these are going to be specific with specific guidelines to meet the federal requirements. So for HIPPY, each HIPPY program that serves at least 160 families must have one full-time coordinator that holds a minimum of a bachelor's degree in education, social work, sociology, psychology, or a related field. These coordinators without a related degree must obtain at least 12 college hours in early childhood. Programs with more than 250 children must also have at least one part-time coordinator who holds a minimum of associate degree in early childhood education, social work, psychology, or a related field. Coordinators shall also meet additional requirements as described in the HIPPY United States Coordinator job description. HIPPY coordinators must attend National HIPPY pre-service training and receive certification. If you are a HIPPY provider and you need more information about what is required to be a HIPPY coordinator or to sign up for that training, you'll want to reach out to the state office. So the state office here is ran by Arkansas Children's Hospital, and we can get their contact information if you don't already have it. But you can reach out to them and just find out when that training is going to be available, the National HIPPY pre-service training. So for PAT, all PAT coordinators must attend the PAT Institute training and obtain either a parent educator certificate or an administrator certificate. Each program must have a certified parent educator who also can serve as the coordinator. So those are specific for HIPPY and PAT. Now we're going to talk about the lead versus classroom teacher. So currently we still have a difference for lead teachers and classroom teachers. We are in the process of making some changes to some rules, as Michelle talked about earlier. So there will be some changes that will happen. But right now, what we are looking at is a lead teacher and a classroom teacher. So if you have a single site, single classroom, or you have multiple classrooms, you should have a lead teacher. These lead teachers are expected to coordinate your program, curriculum, lesson plans. We want this lead teacher to be the mentor for your other classrooms. You must have a lead teacher for every 3 classrooms. If you do not have someone that meets the lead teacher requirement, please reach out to us so that we can work with you and figure out some different staffing options that we may have. Then we have a classroom teacher. So if you have a site with more than 1 classroom, you have a lead teacher and a paraprofessional or co-teacher in that classroom. And then you have a second classroom, you would only need someone that we call a classroom teacher with an associate's degree in early childhood education for that second classroom with a paraprofessional. And so with a lead teacher, they are going to have an Arkansas educator license in early childhood, pre-K, or have a bachelor's degree in early childhood education development or related field with 12 hours of early childhood development. Again, DESE may consider alternate pathways or experience. So if you have 4 classrooms and you have a lead teacher and you have just 1 lead teacher for your site and you're not able to find someone that meets this criteria for, that 4th classroom reach out to us. We can always take a look at it. If you have someone that has a lot of experience and a lot of training, and maybe they don't necessarily have a bachelor's degree or the 12 hours, there may be some alternate pathways that we can offer. There may be some other options that we can provide. We do know that sometimes it's hard to find staffing with a bachelor's degree in early childhood. It just may not be something that's feasible for your area. So please reach out to us so we can work with you on that. And then paraprofessionals. So we use the term paraprofessionals a lot, and I can tell you that's one thing that we are working on in the new rules and the new program guide is we're really going to pivot to using the term co-teacher. We do use this term, but we just really want to emphasize the importance of a paraprofessional or co-teacher in the classroom. So they should have, at a minimum, either an associate's degree in early childhood education, birth to pre-K credential, certificate of proficiency, a technical certificate, and then there's also the option for the child development associate. And again, please reach out to us if you have a staff member that you think would be great in that co-teacher role, but maybe does not have one of those qualifications, specifically like the CDA. That may not be something that's an option, but the Council for Professional Recognition does offer a CDA credential.
And Kayla, if I could say something real fast about CDAs. So a CDA is not an associate's degree. Going through some of the grants, I noticed a couple programs they had their paraprofessionals listed as having associates, but then when I went into the eDocs, it was a CDA, and it wasn't just one paraprofessional. It was like all the paraprofessionals that had a CDA. They put them in as having an associate's degree. A CDA is equivalent to about 10 college credit hours, whereas an associate's degree is 60 hours. Also, some of these programs that offer CDA classes, once the participant has completed these classes, they may receive a certificate that says, "Congratulations, you've completed your CDA." And they have not completed their CDA. They may have completed their coursework, but until you have a certificate from the Council for Professional Recognition, that CDA is not complete. There is coursework, and then there is also a classroom observation and a portfolio that is required to get your CDA.
Yes, and one of the questions we had is a technical certificate. So, Sarah, great question. A technical certificate is typically something that you would get a lot of times at a community college. Sometimes it's like the satellite colleges. Um, it may be some four-year universities, maybe some online schools that offer what we call a technical certificate. It's usually about a year of coursework, just depending on how it's laid out at that school. And that is similar to if you were to go through like a vocational training, like a HAVAC certificate or something along those lines. Um, or like marine, boating, mechanics, things like that. You can go through that year process, and it is a technical certificate that you receive. Um, a long time ago, National Park, they used to offer, National Park Community College offered a technical certificate. And so there are just different standards across the state. And yes, there is also a certificate of proficiency. Yep. So there's a couple of different options. And yes, Sherry, a technical certificate is sufficient. And so Sarah, if you have some paraprofessionals who do have their bachelor's degree in something else, but maybe it's not 12 years, um, we could work with you to see what maybe other like PDR training they've received, if they've received early childhood hours, before you necessarily send them through the process of getting a CDA. we could definitely take a look and see if there's some other pathways for that. So an associate's degree in early childhood education, it does not have to be child development. So it can be either. An associate's degree, Sean, could be early childhood education or in child development. There are both of those options, and that would be more hours than a certificate of proficiency typically. Can you be a lead with a technical certificate? It depends. If they have a bachelor's degree with a technical certificate, yes. That typically would meet the standard. If they just have a technical certificate, technically no. But again, we have some alternate options, so you can always reach out to us, send us some training transcripts. We can take a look at professional development, years of experience, things like that. Lori, where do you get the director's training, and is that one time or a yearly requirement? So that director's training is the minimum licensing director's training, and you can find that on the professional development registry on PDR. And as far as it being a one-time or a yearly requirement, I believe that it's a one-time requirement to go through director's training, unless, Michelle, was there any change, and does that have to be done every 3 years, or no? Is that just new staff orientation?
That's just new staff orientation. Director's orientation is just once. Well, there's an A, a B, and a C, and
Yeah.
those. But yeah, once you take them, you don't have to take them again.
Yeah. An associate's in elementary education. Yes. So Sean, that would more than likely be plenty of hours to count. Mhm. And again, we really want to stress that we welcome you to reach out to us, and we can work with you individually. We can look at transcripts. Sometimes there are big changes and shifts in the course catalogs that are offered at different colleges. And so we can look at those individual classes and see how those stack up and what they look like. So we are going to talk about caregivers in an infant and toddler classroom. So the teachers that are in an infant and toddler ABC classroom will need an infant toddler CDA credential. And again, there are other options. So if you have teachers that have a different technical certificate, or maybe they have an associate's degree, that is great as well. But we would encourage you to reach out if they do not have a CDA. We just want to kind of clarify that a preschool CDA would not be sufficient in infant toddler classroom, since that is going to be very specific. So let's talk about home-based educators. And this is, again, this is again another one of those things that we are looking to work on changing. And so we will have some updated regulations around this. Right now, HIPPY educators are required to have a high school diploma and or a GED and a current CDA. And then PAT educators are just required to meet the parents as teachers affiliation requirements, so just your national requirements. But we are looking to make some changes to that for our home-based educators. We do know that you're going in and you are educating families, but because you're not directly educating children, we're going to look at the pathways for that are maybe an alternate of the CDA. So keep an eye out for that. So let's talk a little bit about substitutes. We have this question come up quite a bit. So programs that are replacing a teacher or a paraprofessional during the year, you would want to just reach out to us. So it depends on if this is like the very end of the year and it's just going to be a few months because you're going to not be operating during the summer. Or are you needing a substitute because someone is going to be out on maternity leave, and maybe an indefinite leave of absence? So we have different options. So just reach out to us. we can work with you and determine what will be the best fit for your program. And that COPA support email inbox is going to be the best place to do that because all of our team can work from that. I see a question. If a teacher has a K-6 teaching license and a BSE in elementary education, would they have to be placed on an SQP? So, Tammy, we would take a look at their transcript to see what classes that we could consider, just to kind of see if there's some early childhood classes there that we could take into consideration. And then we also can take into consideration if they have been in the program for a while and they have some early childhood professional development. There's some other things. So we always would just recommend send us an email. You can kind of send us their information, maybe some transcripts. We can look at it and see if they would need an SQP. We always have that option. So if you have someone that you think will be great, you think that they can get some early childhood hours, the SQP is always a great option. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. But we definitely want to give you plenty of options to get people into your program, especially those that are going to be doing a great job. We know that they want to work in early childhood. And as we all know, if we can get people into early childhood, we need to do whatever we can to do that. So definitely. Okay, professional development. So professional development for center-based programs. This is not going to be for our home visiting programs. We do have a professional development plan. It is live on our website that you can use. It is a template. We're going to allow you to use that for this year. I will go ahead and tell you that more than likely the next program year, it is going to be a required template that you use. But you will need a professional development plan that you update annually with your staff. So your lead and classroom teachers are required to get 30 hours of professional development. And then your paraprofessional co-teachers shall participate in 15 hours of staff development. So that is the change that happened for the rules this last year. Instead of everyone receiving 30 hours, those paraprofessionals only need 15 hours. We understand that some programs, some school districts, you may have your own other types of funding that require all of your staff to get more hours. That is perfectly fine. This is just the base requirement for ABC. So your professional development topics should be pertinent to early childhood education. I think that's self-explanatory. And then there are two different time frames. So I don't know if everyone's aware of this, but you can look at two different time frames for your training hours. You can go June 1st through May 31st or July 1st through June 30th annually. You can pick one of the two. Home-based education. So for our home-based educators, our HIPPY programs, our PAT programs, we just want you to make sure you're meeting the yearly requirement for your national affiliation. If you're PAT or you're HIPPY or you're both, we will allow you to do that. Okay, so now we're going to talk about kind of what is required for professional development. So the first year, there are going to be a lot of things that are required. Your basic minimum licensing classes, so that new staff orientation, that is something that has to be refreshed every 3 years by minimum licensing standards. And then your classroom environment interactions assessment. So if you were using Eckers in the past, now we're using CLASS. So if there is a refresher that's needed for your staff, you'll want to go ahead and take a refresher for that. Now your child assessment tool, that is something that you do annually. You typically do a refresher each year after that first initial child assessment training. And that current child assessment is when we talk about work sampling for your younger children out. That training is what is considered child assessment. And so you can find all of these trainings on the Professional Development Registry, the PDR. So if you're a new staff member with us, if you're a new coordinator or a new teacher, or you're new to early childhood in general, um, I'll make sure that we put the link here if you don't already have it. But the Arkansas Professional Development Registry, you will need to register there. And you will need to create an account so that you get a PDR number that you will associate with all of your trainings. Okay, so required trainings. On our new template that we have for you, you will see there are required trainings, but they're not mandated to be completed within the first year. So we know things like CEDALS, pre-K ELA, social emotional, the SEL conscious discipline training, the pre-K math and science. We want staff to take these trainings, but we are not going to require that you complete all of these in the first year. They can be spaced out throughout the professional development plan with your staff. We want you to work together and find a plan that works for you and your program. If you think that this next year you really want to focus on maybe some conscious discipline training, maybe you really want to focus on some STEM training, there could be a lot of different other opportunities that are out there that you want to focus on as a program and you think will benefit your children. We want to give you the opportunity to build those into your professional development. Okay, and here is a copy of what the professional development plan looks like. And again, this is available on our website. If you go to the ABC website under forms and documents, it is there available. It's a fillable PDF for you. And so just so you kind of know what it looks like, we've got the different dates, projected registration date, date of completion, the hours. We have an area for some class training information, and then we have a coaching section. That is something that we are going to be moving towards, is providing some coaching training for your staff as well. A lot of you probably are already doing this, but we just want to actually put it down on paper. And let me pause, let's look and see what our questions are looking like. Okay, so let's see. Template, Nikki, I'll put the link directly to that. It is on our website under forms and documents. Or actually, I'll let Michelle do that, and I'll go to some of the other questions. Are co-teachers able to use their SQP hours for professional development? So yes, I think we are going to talk about this just briefly, but you can use your hours. So let's say you're in college currently and you're taking some classes. Yes, you can use those for professional development hours. So Asia, that's what we're talking about. The classes that ABC required, that's what we're talking about right now with this professional development plan. Can professional development be taken on AR ideas? Yes. So you don't only have to use professional or the PDR registry site for classes. Of course, that's probably the best place because everything's in one area and you have that on your transcript. But if you are taking other early childhood classes, you can use those. No. So do you want to go back, Michelle, just one to where we show that template? And I'll kind of show just a little bit. So if you'll see there's a break in the page, Maggie had a question about, do all of the section have to be completed for each area? So like if conscious discipline is completed. So in that area where you see the following are not required to be completed in the first year, no. If you want to do social and emotional this year and maybe next year you want to work on literacy, you can do that. Yeah, so that part down is going to be something that we are really going to leave up to programs. So we have that additional training area if it's something that's not on this template. And then Michelle already answered, but do home-based educators need those required ABC trainings? No. If you have a PAT or a HIPPY program, you are going to go by your national standards. Nikki said she could not find it. Let me just link it directly for you. If you look, Nikki, if you go on our website, let me do this really quickly. I can probably share my screen too. If you go to our ABC website and you go to ABC program forms and documents, you should see right here at the bottom the staff professional development plan. And that's going to give you this fillable document that you can fill out. And so you can see there's a spot for additional trainings. You can select the area that that training is in. And maybe it's something with program quality and management. And then you can attach some information of that course in the course description if it's something that's not typical. Okay. And then let's see, we'll get back over here. Okay, I'm gonna let Michelle finish answering those questions and I will go ahead and move through. So home-based educators, again, you'll meet the annual professional development requirements of the national and a state affiliation. So if that's HIPPY, you'll follow your HIPPY national. If it's PAT, you're gonna follow your PAT national.
So
Okay,
Kayla,
yes,
I was going to talk a little bit about staff and COPA.
yes.
So when you are entering your staff into COPA, into HR, where their employee ID is, we would like you to put their PDR number. And that will make us, will make it easier for us to find their information in PDR if we have their number. And then, so all of your staff that are in the classroom need to be labeled as child development staff. That way you can assign them to the classroom. If they do not have child development staff in the classification, they will not be on the list to be assigned. Also with salary and funding, please use whole dollar amounts, spell out, if this is thousands. If you just put 48, COPA thinks that they make $48. And the same with the fringe. Go ahead and give us all the zeros. If there are cents, you can use a decimal point to indicate the cents. And salary type is always yearly. Okay. And then when you're filling out their staff credentials, you'll need to fill out their education, degree, their major. COBA makes you choose something for enrolled next degree. We have a not applicable available for both that and the next major. COBRA is also requiring now if they are currently in college, and then their years experience in education, preschool, and toddlers. But this helps us immensely in running reports when we are asked, what kind of credentials do ABC teachers have? And it also helps us develop professional development trainings, and we can also show a need. Like for a while, we did not have very many pre-K teachers because they took the P4 away. Well, now they're looking at developing a P2. So we have shown through COPA that there was a need for licensed pre-K teachers, and we're able to get that looked at. So it is very important that you fill out all of this information when you're entering your staff into COPA. You'll also need to enter current credentials for your staff, professional development plan, their contracts, any professional development not in PDR for the previous year, SQP agreements, not the application, um, and their SQP progress reports. And licensing has now put in their website a place for working in an ABC classroom for your staff. So when you're entering your staff in ELS, the Enterprise Licensing System, you can now indicate whether that staff member is working in an ABC classroom. This is helpful because they are our eyes and ears in the classroom now. So they need to know which classrooms. All right, Kayla, if you want to talk about the staff qualification plans, I think that's yours also.
Okay. Staff qualification plans. And I just want to give a small little caveat as we start to talk about this. I saw a lot of questions about different trainings and different opportunities. And so if you're not already subscribed, there is a newsletter from A State Childhood Services that gets pushed out with trainings that are available. I am going to put that link in the chat box just for anyone that is wanting to get information. Let's see. You should be able to go there and subscribe to their newsletter. So they will push out trainings that are available. I get the newsletter. I think it's very helpful to sign up for just so you can see what opportunities are going to be happening. So that's going to cover your work sampling, your ounce. It's going to cover specifically for childcare family homes. There are going to be environmental rating scale trainings that are still available. There's a better beginning section. There's link to directors orientation, pre-licensing classes, all of those types of things. And then there's also some additional training. So if there are class trainings or a lot of times it's going to be like supplemental class trainings. There are some good conferences and things like that that happen. Recently, there was a lot of training specifically for Children's Week. So I just wanted to put that out there. I've been really trying to encourage, and then there is another newsletter I will put as well that comes from our early childhood partners. And let me see if I can put that as well as soon as we get through this. So, as we talk about staff qualification plans, or as you will hear them called SQPs, this is for any staff that may not be qualified under the typical requirements in the ABC rules. It may be requested if the qualified staff like they can't be hired because maybe their bachelor's degree is not in early childhood education. It may be in something else, but they are planning on taking some classes, or you may be hiring them on and they are planning on getting an associate's degree or other college courses. So, some things to know is online courses may be utilized if they're accredited. So, they have to be, and it has to be from an accredited college or institution. And then the agency must complete an SQP and email it to us at COPA support. We do have to approve of those plans. And then we will monitor to ensure that progress is being made. So there's two different progress reports that are due twice a year. So the first one is due January 30th, and the second one is due, is it July or June 30th?
It's June 30th.
June 30th. I was getting backwards because so June 30th is the second one, which is coming up. So if you have staff that are on a SQP right now, we'll be expecting you to put in your progress reports. So these reports are what we are looking at to see, is this person making any type of progress for this plan. Typically, they're approved for 2 years. So we want to make sure that they're not waiting until 6 months before the expiration of that plan to try to fit in a whole bunch of classwork. So agency hiring staff members that don't meet the qualifications without an SQP are subject to corrective action and up to termination from the program. So please do not hire staff if they're not qualified, and then you send in an SQP and maybe it doesn't get approved. So again, you can email those to COPA Support, our mail account, and you can find the SQP forms on our website. I've linked that already, but if you have any trouble finding those, reach out. We will send them to you. And you must send that within 15 calendar days of the date of hire. So if you're planning to hire someone or you have a board that has already hired someone, make sure that you are sending this documentation. You can't wait until they've been there for 6 months and then decide that you want to send us things. So there's an application. We ask that you send a copy of current credentials and then a copy of transcripts for any college coursework that's been completed. If they have a plan to do some other coursework, a planned course of study form that's signed by a college advisor or verification of enrollment. And then again, if you have any questions about someone's candidate credentials, you can always email us for advisement. We want to help. We want to get people into early childhood that want to be there. And so we will work with you. Let's see. I saw a question. If a person is short by a few credits, for instance, a paraprofessional with 57 hours. So, Mary, and if they're planning on continuing their education, definitely reach out to us because we could just do an SQP for a short period of time. So, staff qualification plans must be completed within 2 years. So, we give an extensive amount of time for whatever their plan may be. And then we will consider extending it if there are some extenuating circumstances. Let's say something happens in that person's life. Maybe they go on maternity leave for, a time period, or something happens else in their life and they need some additional time. Then we do allow for extensions. Because again, we do want people to be successful. Let's see. If they have finished their technical certificate, are they finished with their SQP? She finished in December. We uploaded complete. So, Miss Sherry, if her technical certificate is what she was trying to achieve on that SQP, then yes, that would be considered completed. But you can always email us if you have any questions. We can look at that staff member. Okay, so the ABC coordinator is responsible to ensure that every staff makes progress each year. So again, we are going to be requiring those forms to be submitted January 30th and July 30th annually. And we will send out reminders about this, but just make sure that you're working on those progress reports. We need to see that something is happening. Documentation should include college coursework, including grades, transcripts, and/or certificates. So if you have, let's say, a staff member that is, working on some college credit hours, and we ask you for documentation, we can also pull out their PDR. If they have something other than PDR, you can send that as well. So we definitely want to take all of that into consideration. Okay. I'm going to go. Thought I saw a question. Oh, Jennifer Thomas has her hand raised. Jennifer, Um,
Oh, she said the slide shows different dates. My bad. It is, let me get back here, January 30th and July 30th. So you were correct, Kayla. It's July 30th.
I thought I thought so. I went back and forth because we have different dates for some of the things in the office. And so I was wondering if it was June or July. So yes. So July 30th. Yes. And will send out reminders on, when those are due. Typically like at the beginning of that month, we'll put something out on COPA or by email. If the person is taking college courses for a bachelor's degree and will not be completed in 2 years, will you be given an extension? So, Brenda, we can look at those. If what we'll do is we'll look at like what they're going to school for that bachelor's degree, and we'll look at the progress. But yes, we can do an extension for that, and we can work with you on that because we know it's going to take longer than 2 years. Yep. Okay. So if there is no progress made, what is happening? If progress is not made, this could result in a cancellation of the SQP. Inadequate progress may be defined as poor attendance, withdrawal from courses, failing to achieve a passing grade, or failing to implement the staff qualification plan. So unless there is a approved reason or something is going on, if they're on an SQP and they're not going to class or they're failing those classes, then that's when we have to have a conversation about the staff qualification plan and continuing. So what do we require with COPA? So if you have staff on a staff qualification plan on SQP, we are going to tell you everything that is needed, but just so that you are aware, we are going to ask you to upload those documents in COPA. That is the staffed SQP agreement. And then those progress reports, we will ask for you to upload those into COPA. So please be ready to put that in the staff section in your HR account. If you have questions about uploading those, we can assist you with that. Okay. We are going to move on to classroom standards. And again, if you have any questions, put them in the chat box. I see Michelle's been answering them, so I'm not going to stop and take too much time. But if you have questions, put them in the chat box. And then, of course, as always, you can send anything that you need to our COPA support. I know it is called COPA support, and that is primarily what it has been used for, but we want you to use that mailbox to send us anything that you may need, and we will make sure that the correct person gets back with you. Okay, so let's talk about operational time. ABC programs must provide a minimum of 7 hours per day. So that means 7 hours per day, not 6.5 or not 6. If it is not 7 hours, it is not counted as a day. So just 7 hours per day. Now, we also require 178 days per year of classroom instruction. However, there was a change in the rule this last year that you can go less than 178 days. However, any days that are less than 178 days are prorated based on a daily rate that's established by our office. Funding is based on the number of days that you are providing care. So if you provide care for 170 days instead of 178, and you've reflected that in your COPA grant information and your calendar, then you are going to be paid less than you would have initially based on 178. So yes, we are going to allow you to go less days, but no, you will not be paid the same full amount. So extended hours do not count as additional days. If you are providing 9 hours of care in a day, that's fine, but we're not going to roll those over and count. So it's a little different if you work in a school district and you use like the minutes or anything like that. We don't calculate it that way. So if anyone has any questions, please let us know. Most of you have already submitted your calendars. We're working on those. We're looking at how many days you submitted in your COPA, your renewal grant, and we will adjust based on that. So you may get a new grant agreement if you're going less than 178 days. Okay, so let's talk about behavior and expulsion. So no child in ABC shall be dismissed or expelled from a program for behavior without approval from OEC. We expect you to use what we call a multi-tier system of support frameworks. So we want you to provide and promote social and emotional and behavior outcomes of young children from birth to 5 using positive behavior interventions. We want you to promote family engagement. We want you to use data for decision making. And what that means is we want you to use those tools and resources that you have to monitor behavior, to document behavior, to observe children, see when those behaviors are happening in the classroom and make changes and adjust. We want you to integrate your early childhood and infant mental health consultation. And then, of course, we want you to work with behavior help as well. Do we have any questions on that? Michelle, you can go to the next slide. So, in talking about this, if a child in question has a disability and is in the process or has been identified under IDEA, the ABC program shall follow state and special education rules and regulations governing suspension and/or expulsion. And also, again, if you have children that demonstrate challenging behavior, the ABC program shall consult with behavior help and the early childhood special education program regarding classroom modifications and interventions. And I see a question. Nicole had a question. Is behavior help different than the behavior specialist from our co-op? So yes, behavior help is actually a program that we have here with the Office of Early Childhood, and we work with some contractors from around the state that can support you in any questions that you have around behavior. You can send in a referral to them. I'll put a link in the chat box for that. You can submit a referral directly to them and then they will come out and help you. But this is going to be more for your classroom and your program and not necessarily a behavior specialist that's going to work with the child. So behavior help, that's they're going to come in and work with you as a program. And I just put in the chat box, if you have any questions, there is a website that just kind of talks about what behavior help does. And then there's an email, and you can submit a request for support on that website as well. So we just really want to make sure that you're utilizing this. If you go to their website, it will tell you a little bit about everything that they offer. And yes, and they work with the family too. So it's if they need to facilitate meetings between the program and the family, if they need to share resources with the family, they will do that as well. So yes, it is different than your behavior specialist. So, and just as a reminder, when you're submitting request to behavior help, there's a lot of information that they're going to be asking from you. And then you will get a phone call where they'll do an interview with you as a program and you can kind of share what all is happening. And then just be aware that for most of their services, there is going to need to be an approval from the family. And so they will have to be on board to participate in that as well. Yep. And then there are some other things that they can help with. So we we are going to actually have our behavior help team come on one of our provider calls in the fall and just kind of share what all the options there are for you. So I know that we haven't talked about that a whole lot, but if you're not already signed up to come to our provider calls, you can set up reminders on your calendar. Our links on our website. We meet every month, and so we will have them come on in the fall and share some resources for everyone on what they can do for you as a program. And then let's talk about toileting. So, a child shall not be dismissed from an ABC program due to a lack of toileting development skills. So, you cannot dismiss a child because they are not potty trained. You cannot refuse to admit a child because they are not potty trained. If they meet age and income eligibility requirements, you cannot just say, well, you're not potty trained, you can't be in our program. So, we encourage programs to assist children that are not toilet developed with cooperation. That means that you are working with them, whether it be um, just making sure that you have a positive approach and that you're not using any type of punishment or shaming the child. We want you to include the parent or guardian in the plan so it can be reinforced at home. So, whatever techniques you're using to potty train a child, work with the family. They may be working on something at home and you just haven't had that conversation yet. And so, they may not even be aware that that's something they need to share with you. If you need to use funds to buy any kind of like, I know sometimes programs use the potty seat, the inserts. If you need to purchase any type of resources, if you need to assist the families, anything like that, you can use ABC funds for that as well. We know
Okay.
that that can
Oh, go ahead.
that can be a big process. Toileting can be a big process. So if you have questions, reach out. Go ahead, Michelle.
Okay, I think Miracle was going to take it from here.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Hello everyone. My name is Miracle Lee. I am the ABC Program Eligibility Specialist for the Arkansas Better Chance, and I am going to revert back to the classroom standards that Miss Bodie had briefed over. Regarding the classroom standard, we are requiring all ABC center-based or family home-based programs shall have the good standing license, shall maintain a license in good standing. Program shall follow public school regulations regarding teacher planning periods. Planning periods for ABC teachers shall be scheduled at a time that does not violate minimum staff-child ratios or other ABC standards. Regular and consistent attendance is expected for children to receive the full benefits from the ABC instructional program. Children must have regular attendance. All right, and going to that ratio. For the staff and child ratio, any classroom with a ABC child must maintain the following. For our birth to 18-month children, we are requiring the staff ratio of 1 to 4. For 18 months to 3 years old, we are requiring a 1 to 7. And for our pre-K, the 3 to 5-year-old, we are requiring a 1 to 10. And to just reiterate, classroom with children ages 2.5, which is that 18 months to 3 years, must maintain the ratio of 1 to 7 as per our regulation. And the group size, which is our maximum for our ABC children classroom, for the birth to 18, which is that 1 to 4, you shall not exceed 8 children. For our 18-month to 3 years, you shall not exceed 14 children within that classroom. And for our pre-K children, 3 to 5, you shall not exceed 20 children.
So this means that your ratio, um, the most that you can have is 2 adults to 8 children for the birth to 18 months.
Yes, ma'am.
Um,
And
two
two
adult,
adults to 14 children for our 18 months to 3 years. And for our pre-K classrooms that are hailing the 3 to 5 year olds, it's two staffs and 20 children max. Okay, and our staffing patterns. Each staff member in an infant or toddler classroom must have the infant and toddler CDA. 1 to 4 infants or the 1 to 7 toddler ratio. One staff member must have the IT CDA. And for our, well, double for our two staff member classes with the max of 8 infants or 14 toddlers, two staff members must have the IT CDA. Okay. Staffing for our preschool classroom follow a specific pattern. For one classroom, we just asking for a lead teacher. Two classrooms, you will have the classroom teacher in that classroom. Three classrooms is just the lead teacher and two classroom teachers. So one classroom will have the lead teacher, and the other two will have the classroom teacher. And if you have additional classes, four or more, you will repeat the pattern. So you will have the fourth class, you will have a lead teacher, fifth classroom teacher, sixth classroom teacher, and repeat the pattern. Paraprofessionals are required for each preschool classroom that has between 11 to 20 children. Okay, and for our home visiting, hippie home-based education educators working 31 to 40 hours per week may not serve more than 27 families. For our pet educators working on a part-time basis, about 20 hours per week should serve 30 and not more than 40 children and their families. Pet programs shall operate on a 12-month year-round basis. Family must be offered 12 personal visits and 6 parent group meetings. Okay, moving on to our child assessment. Children in an ABC program shall be assessed annually to provide indication of each child progress towards school readiness. The current child assessment used is work sampling, which utilizes 3 reporting periods, which is November, February, and May. Okay, and that would be the child portfolios as part of the child's record. We went over earlier in our training. Programs are required to maintain a portfolio with these samples of the child's work. The work contained in the child portfolio should be used as the basis for the child assessment. Samples of children work/teacher observation may be kept online. And then we're moving to our curriculum and lesson plans. Regarding our curriculum, all ABC programs must utilize a curriculum approved by the Office of Arkansas Better Chance. A program wishing to use a curriculum not on a list may request in writing to DESE consideration of an additional curriculum. Supplementary curriculums may be utilized. And regarding the lesson plans, classrooms shall have written lesson plans arranged in thematic units and topics of study. Plans should align with CEDOS, which is the Child Development Early Learning Standards. Each classroom must have a daily schedule. Classroom practices shall be developmentally appropriate. Okay, and regarding our indoor and outdoor play equipment, that is under the guidance of the minimum licensing requirement for childcare centers. So you have to follow their requirements and guidance. Okay, and then
Kayla, do we want to answer
mm,
some questions?
I
Yes,
believe she was answering
we can
some.
we can pause for a second. So let me go back up because we have a lot of questions about the planning period. So this is going to be for certified teachers. And then, yeah, if you'll just go back.
I think that's around oop, that's that's 133.
There
That's
you go.
under classroom
Okay.
standards.
So programs shall follow public school regulations regarding teacher planning periods. So in the past, you do have to have planning periods, but I'm going to do a little bit more research on that and we'll talk about this some more. Um, I do not have right now pulled up the exact time period. Michelle, do you know off the top of your
Um,
head the
I
requirements?
don't know on top of my head. I do know that the public school pre-Ks that I've been in, the prep time's usually during nap time
Hmm.
because nap time you can go down to one staff member.
Yeah. I mean, typically that's what programs do. I think a couple of you had a question about like how long or when. Typically you just allow them to have that time during nap time to do any prep that they would need. And then I saw a question about, let's see. If you're going to use ABC funds for toddlers, does the class count on a lead teacher? So, Sammy, if you will just reach out to us and we can work with you on that. Currently, you already have a lead teacher, so that should be sufficient for your site, but you can reach out to us. The adding infants and toddlers is going to be new for a lot of programs, and so we'll work with you on that plan.
You know, we've had several questions already about enrolling 2-year-olds because we no longer have that August 1st cutoff. So you will be able to enroll children who are almost 3 into the program. However, if you choose to enroll a child that is not 3 years old, you do have to meet that lower ratio of 1 to 7 or 2 to 14 until that child, the youngest child in the classroom is 3.
I just saw a question and I was trying to reply, and I may or may not have accidentally deleted it. But I do know the question was um, Julie had asked about the curriculum. So I think I already put it, but there is a link to the current curriculum on the ABC section of the website. That is the current curriculum. However, you are correct, Julie. That does not go into effect until the 26-27 school year. So you have time to meet that new curriculum guideline. And if there's a curriculum that you're wanting to use that is not on that list, I would encourage you to encourage whoever built that curriculum to reach out to OEC about getting in the guidelines for that. They did an extensive review of curriculums, and if they did not meet the requirements that they had set forth for that rubric, then they are not on that list. So we do have a list. I will put the link in the chat box so that you all can go and look at that. Nope, Miracle's already got it. She got the curriculum there. So, yep.
Okay.
And go ahead. We will let you go ahead and pick up where you were, Miracle.
Okay, let me just regarding the extended learning interactions, what should be included should be the extended learning opportunities such as lunchtime, transitions, and gross motor activities should be included the following. Developmentally appropriate practices such as meaningful teacher and child interactions and intentional learning.
And if I can cut in Miracle, you may want to look at the class standards and rethink about your transitions. Do the children know what's expected of them? Are they engaged or are they wandering around the classroom looking for something to do? Are there long waiting periods? So in the class preparation book, teaches us that we should use these transitions as learning opportunities. Um, if the kids are on the carpet, have them looking um, at books when they're finished cleaning up.
Right.
Have conversations while they're waiting in line about the day's topics. Just think about what all can be done while children are transitioning. Because if we know a bored child is a child that is going to look for something to do, and it may not be what you want them to do. So,
Okay, this is about that's kindergarten transitions. The requirements, provision should be made through program design to facilitate a smooth transition for those children advancing to kindergarten. So this is regarding our pre-K children as they head towards the next step of kindergarten. Kindergarten transition plans must be in writing. Plans shall be uploaded to the agency section of COPA eDocs or within your parent handbook. And these transition plans can include, but it is not limited to, kindergarten activities, practice in preschool, preschool children attending elementary school special events, kindergarten and elementary staff interacting with preschool children, field trips to the kindergarten classroom, letting the children see where would they be going after their preschool graduation, kindergarten readiness assessment, and providing resources to those families as they prepare their little ones going to kindergarten.
all right. So now we have meaningful parent and community engagement. So meaningful parent and community engagement, it's an essential program for quality in a classroom, a preschool classroom. It's one of the 6 core components that serve as a basis to ABC funding and critical to setting the stage for positive parent engagement experience throughout the childhood's educational journey in life. And as we all know, parents are the key to positive interactions in a child's school readiness success. It's so very important to work with parents and get them on board with what you're doing and what they can be doing at home. This reduces child's behavior problems, enhance child's social skills, and promotes academic success. So what should a parent engagement plan look like? A written plan for parent engagement will address at the minimum a mechanism for parental advice and review of programmatic plans, parent-teacher conferences at least 2 a year, method to involve the parent in the child's educational experience, and an open door policy to encourage visiting and participation in the classroom. Parent involvement can include, but not limited to, parent night, parent training, providing resources, inviting parents to participate in the classroom, if your school has a PTA, or also parental surveys. In the parent handbook, you need to have a policy for attendance, tardy, and behavior guidance. And I would be specific on your attendance and tardy policy. Kayla, do you want to say something about that?
Well, I think you were going to talk about that, but I just also wanted to reiterate, yes, to be specific on all of these different things. So we get a lot of questions about, um, if a child is not coming in but one day a week, or what are your options as a program? And so we want you to have those policies in place on attendance. We don't want you to have a child that's only utilizing the program 2 days a week. Now, we also have a lot of questions. Sometimes there's custody agreements where we've seen where a child may be between a parent each week. And so we obviously want to do what's best for that child and that family, but we also want you to utilize your attendance policies. The same thing with the tardy policy and behavior guidance. We're going to have you refer back to those programs. We're going to utilize these policies. We're going to view them each year as part of your monitoring throughout the year. And so if we have questions, we'll reach out to you, or if you have questions about how to build those policies, if you have a question about if you can put something in your handbook, you can always ask us. But we really, really, really want you to take some time and look at those. That way you can follow back to those if you have a parent that's not following through. And if you have any questions, you can reach out to us anytime.
Okay, so recommended items for your parent handbook, a copy of the program calendar, parent engagement plan and activities, kindergarten transition plan, community engagement plan and activities, your separation of church and state clause, parents or guardians of children qualified as eligible for ABC services shall not be required to pay any fees or provide food or supplies during ABC hours. Kayla, do you want to address that for a moment?
Yes. So when we talk about the separation of church and state clause, is that where you were at just now?
No, the providing food
I'm
and
going
supply.
down to food. Oh, I was looking on the list. So, providing food or supply. So there has been some changes in that in the last rule change. So we want you to be aware that the term free has been taken out of that equation. So let's say you have some children in your program that do not qualify for free and reduced lunch. Um, you are still required to provide them some sort of meal. Um, but if you are paying for that out of your pocket or you're a school district and it is being charged to their account, the family can be asked to either provide food for that child, a nutritious meal, through like bringing a lunchbox, or you can ask the parent to pay for that food. So we don't want programs to get into a debt because you're covering the fees for food. So that's why it's so important to have every family fill out the National School Lunch or the CACFP forms. If you need that, we can get that. We can show you where to find those. But I believe most of our programs participate in the food program, so you should be well aware of that. But yes, that is something that was taken out of the rules last year, is that term free. So I know we've had some programs that we're having to cover at school districts. We're having to cover a large debt from the pre-K students that may not have qualified. And so you can request those fees from a parent. So yes, an ABC student who does not qualify can be asked to pay for their lunches. Yes.
And I know that some programs have policies that children cannot bring lunch boxes. That is not an ABC rule or requirement. Um, as far as ABC is concerned, if a parent wants to provide the food, have the child bring a lunch box, they are more than welcome to do that.
Yeah. And
All right.
Rebecca, that's exactly right. So if the parent, can provide a meal, then that's fine. But otherwise, if you are having to provide that from your program and you're having to pay for that, you can ask them to reimburse for that.
Okay, and then also you may want to put your field trip requirements in your handbook. So you need to have a written collaboration plan in conjunction with local community partners to improve community involvement. So this is basically going to be your MOU. So in your MOU, you need to have a description of how cooperation with other service providers will be established and maintained, opportunities for community representative to participate in the educational activities of the classroom, and then that memorandum of understanding with collaborative partners must also be current and available for review. So some of our programs do yearly MOUs. You may want to consider putting a 2-year or 5-year MOU if it's a partner that you have years of cooperation with. You may just want to extend that so you don't have to renew it every year. But definitely put in your plan that covers from this year to whatever year you specify. All right, community engagement partners. So when you're looking for someone to have an MOU with, your school district, community partners or businesses, your co-op, you can have an agreement with your co-op, Head Start, other child care providers or ABC providers, and that would look like you're sharing your waiting list with someone. If you're full and you've got 20 kids on your waiting list and you're not going to have enough openings, you may want to share that with someone else. Local health units and physicians, your home-based education program, HIPPY or PAT, and mental health providers. So Kayla, we are at the end of our PowerPoint. We've
Yeah, I'm
finished.
gonna go ahead and I have one more little poll to send out to everyone while we go through and just make sure we've answered any questions. We'll leave our staff contact information up here, but I'm going to launch another poll, and this will also give everyone some time to ask any questions. Let me see here. Okay. So, you should be seeing a poll that you can take with just some questions that we would like to see how everyone is feeling. I know we didn't do this after lunch, but we do have day 2 is on the books for tomorrow. We're going to talk about finances and a little bit more about COPA and some tips and tricks with that. And we'll talk a little bit about that agenda, but just want to know how you feel after today. It's the first half of our training. We've gone through a lot of information. I'm going to go through the chat box and see if there's some questions. So, Kim, can you clarify? You were asking about pre-K on a bus or campus to campus. Are you just asking about transportation requirements? Or you can always email us or call us and we can talk if you have more in-depth questions if you're curious about transportation. And then local library and health department. Yeah, so we were talking about those MOUs. Those are both really great resources to utilize in your community. Your local library, health department are both going to have great resources for you, whether it be for immunizations, helping families get signed up for things like WIC if they have young children. And your local library, if they're anything like my local library, oh my gosh, the possibilities are endless, and the children can get their own library cards. They do lots of summer activities. You can have a lot of times, like your local library will come and volunteer too. They'll come in and read to your program, and then you don't even have to go anywhere. So there is lots and lots of resources. And so we had some other questions about about lunches. Yes. So, and again, we're not saying we do not want you to override any other requirements that you have. If you're a school district and you have other requirements that you have to meet in your cafeteria, we want you to continue on with those. We are just strictly saying that you do not have to just take that cost and provide it for free. So if you have a family that does not qualify, you can charge them for the cost of that, whether it's lunch or snack. We know, I think a lot of the school districts now can provide free breakfast. I don't think that pertains to ABC though. And so, from what we understand, it is only for K through 12. So breakfast may be included in that, whatever time they get there. We just want to make sure that was changed in the rules, and I don't think it was talked about a whole lot. And I know that we had some programs that were holding on to quite a bit of debt there. So transportation. So Kim, your transportation, what you would want to do is you just need to follow minimum licensing standards. So if you're a school district, you would follow your district's policies on transportation. But other than that, you're just going to need to follow minimum licensing, which is going to be like the state highway policies. And we can talk more about that. If you have some specific questions that you're needing help with, um, you can always email me and we can discuss that to see if there's some other things that you're needing. Yeah. Ms. Faulkner said that your school provides breakfast and lunch for free. That is amazing. So if your finance person or your food directors are including preschool children that are in the ABC program, that is wonderful. If they're going to include them in that free breakfast option, that will be great. And I'm not sure what exactly your process is going to be, but I definitely encourage all programs to have your families always fill out the CACFP application, even if they don't think they're going to qualify. I know that that can help to get a qualifying amount. So just have everyone fill that out. Okay, I think we've got just about all of the questions. So if you have any specific questions, just please email us and let us know. I'm going to go over a little bit of the poll answers just so we can kind of see.
Kayla,
So
before you get that, we have a question about planning period just for certified teachers or classroom teachers at all. Our regulations state that classroom-based programs shall follow public school regulations regarding timeframes. So it is for lead teachers and classroom teachers, but it's also you have to follow your public school guidelines. Am I correct in that, Kayla, you think?
yeah, but I think we're gonna have to do a little bit of digging in that. I saw Carrie, if you will just send me an email and we'll talk about this some more and we'll put some more guidance out on the planning periods just to make sure we have the exact time frame. Because I want to make sure that we're following the regulation properly. It is in our rules, but that can be interpreted a little bit differently based on like the certified classroom teachers, and we want to make sure that we get the correct guidance. So we'll find out, and then we will send something out to make sure that you all understand that. And then we're going to update the program guide as well, so you'll have that. Because my understanding is that that requirement's really going to be for certified teachers. It's not going to pertain to other teachers, but we want to make sure we give you the correct information based on the rule. There's been a lot of changes in the ABC rules over the last 2 years, so I want to make sure and get you the correct information. So great question. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to talk about our poll just a little bit. It looks like I'm going to end the poll in just a few seconds because there's still a few people it looks like are answering. But it looks like on a scale of 1 to 5, over half of you are feeling at a 5. You're feeling good about the first day. So I'm happy to hear that. And then I wanted to see, let me see if I can. Let's see if I can end the poll here. Okay. I want to see from our results because the next question that we had were how many years that you have worked in early childhood education. So, wow, we have lots of different answers. We have lots of people that were well over 20 years, 25 years, 37 years. Wow, that's a long time. 33 years. And then we have some that a year, 2 years. So great. So the most important question, would you rather be able to teleport or stop time? 65% of you said teleport. If you could be any animal, what would you be? I see dog, cat, dolphin, monkey, panda, elephant, owl, a bird. If you were stranded on an island, what is the one item that you would need? I see food, phone, a machete, my grandsons, that's sweet, chapstick, I like that. So we also wanted to just see if you were planning on serving infants and toddlers with ABC funds, and you previously did not. So it looks like we've got 42% said no, 24% of you said you are planning, and then another 35% said you're not yet, but maybe in the future. So that is really interesting. We really wanted to see how many of you were thinking about serving infants and toddlers just based on the rule changes. So I'm glad to see that a lot of you are thinking about it. I'm glad to see a high percentage of you are planning on that. So we're really excited about that for enrollment. Okay. Can you explain the difference in a lead teacher and a classroom teacher? Yeah, and so we can talk about that for a second. I know, again, that's something that is probably going to change over the next program year, so we'll put out some additional guidance on that. But and again, I'm going to put in the link for today's slides just so that everyone will have that. And as we said, today's training as well as the slides will be on our website. And we'll also have tomorrow recorded as well, and the same for the slides. So when you talk about a lead teacher and a classroom teacher, the lead teacher at each site is the teacher that has a bachelor's degree. And then a classroom teacher would be that next classroom. So you have one classroom with a lead teacher, and then maybe you have a second classroom. The second classroom, you would have what we call a classroom teacher and a coworker in that classroom. So a classroom teacher would have like an associate's degree. There's some other qualifications, but we are looking to make some changes to that and to the terminology used. And so we're going to work on those over the next program year. But if you have any questions about what stipulations you need to follow as far as if you have 2 or 3 classrooms and you're not sure if you need a lead teacher and 2 classroom teachers, how many paraprofessional or co-teachers that you need, you can always email us and we can work with you to see how many rooms you have and what all that you're going to need to be in regulation. So, Faye, I don't have any information for you today, just because we haven't been given any guidance specifically. But that is something that we've started to look into. And so we'll get some information for you all just so that you have that. And we will send that out, on the next couple of provider calls on the retirement benefits. So before we let everyone go, we're going to be a little early today. I just wanted to kind of talk briefly about tomorrow. So we will be going over, we'll start at 9 a.m. again. We will start at 9 a.m. again tomorrow, but we are going to cover the first couple of hours will be about finance guidelines. So we're going to talk about the requirements for reporting. We're going to talk about COPA and billing. And then after we get done with that, we're going to talk about the COPA system. So we're going to talk about the parent portal and using the online application. We're going to talk about some things to make things easier on you all, like group processing, the health portal. We're going to talk about some different reports that we think will be really helpful for you. We are going to talk about attendance and assigning teaching staff and kind of all of those different things for the COPA data management system. So I think we've covered most of the questions. Nicole said, can provider calls be at different times? Yes. So right now we've been doing them at 12. We could try doing them at a little bit later of a time. We sent out some surveys and that was the most common requested time that worked for everyone, but we could try doing them. I think that it's hard for programs to not do it during that time, even if you have some kiddos that don't sleep. And so, um, and yes, we definitely will always record those. Okay, I don't see any other questions right now. We've got our contact information on the board again. So hopefully we will see everyone again tomorrow. Same link as today, the exact same Zoom link. We will start at 9 a.m. We're not scheduled to go as long as today. It'll be a shorter session, and we actually got out early today. And so yeah, so Shay, if you signed up through PDR, and you're here today live, you do get PDR hours for today's call. Yep. Okay. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us, and we hope that today was helpful. We hope that it was informative, and we appreciate you taking your time to be here with us. Again, it will be recorded and posted online, and we hope that we will see you all tomorrow. Have a great afternoon.